T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Sound good. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgie. I really like that song a lot. In the Air Tonight by Phil Collins. Alrighty. Let's check out some of our indicators here. See what we got going on. Actually, you know what? I'm going to leave you guys hanging here for just a minute. I got to do a couple quick things. I will mention that while I'm doing this, today I have a presentation for you. How to identify the backside of your MOASS. I'm going to do the presentation at about 1 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. And if you miss it, if you missed that part of the show, I will have it time-stamped in the description, so you guys are able to look it up and find it. And you know, I might even splice it out and make its own video so that I can post it to Reddit eventually. The problem is that if you don't fully understand what it is that what I'm gonna present to you, if it doesn't make sense, it might seem a little way out there. All right, looks like I'm about ready here. Go ahead and switch you guys over to the stats page. Actually, no, I'm not. Give me 1 second. Interesting. Stonko Tracker. Something happens on Stonko Tracker. It might be ads or something. I'm not sure what, but it seems to be changing up on me a little bit, and so it looks a little different on my page here. All right, over to the stats page. Let's check things out here. It is time. Well, I guess we'll start with True Demons information. Let me drag over a few pages here. We'll try and update that real fast. Let's see. Drag over this too. And last one. Let's see this one. Then what am I missing? I'm missing down below me. Oh yeah. There we go. All right. let's update True Demon's information here. First thing I'm going to need to do is head on over to Stonko Tracker and check it out. It shows 318. So our short exempt volume dropped from 400.5 to 318.7. On utilization, I'll have to see if that date is updated or not yet. But utilization says 91.4, so that has not updated yet. Oh, it has updated. That is updated. That's 91.4, so it changed fractionally. 91.73 yesterday to 91.44 today. Price day over day. We'll get to that here in just a minute. I don't remember what it was. Let's see. Let's see, we closed at 48.52. Oh, how could I forget that? But what was the percentage, though? I don't have it. Well, I'll change the percentage here in just a little bit. I know that's going to be up, but I don't remember what it was. So we'll come back and change that in just a few. Dark pools, 58.23% traded into the dark pools yesterday, according to the exchange. What is it? Exchange Net? I believe this is the web page that I use. Exchange. It's just chartexchange.com. And, you know, that's probably going to equate to about 63 in Stonko Tracker. Yep, really close. Stonko Tracker saying 62.7%. Down below, I took a snapshot on my phone before I went to bed last night, and the amount of borrowed change as of yesterday was, before I went to bed, was 4.29 million shares returned. So I'm going to go ahead and update my notes on that. Last I had seen before the market closed was 3.21, but the total that I got before I went to bed was 4.29 returned. So we'll go ahead and update that. Shares left to borrow. We'll figure that out here in just a few minutes. It's saying shares on loan is 118.33. That will probably change because I think that's what it was at yesterday. Moving up to the top right, institutional ownership still at 127.7, been that way for weeks. Max Payne has increased from $44 up to $46. Interesting. All right, let me take you guys over to the main page. There we go. Looks like GME is still number one in trending stocks. They have 72% buys as 28% sells. AMC has 47% buys over 53% sales. So AMC has got more selling pressure than they have buying pressure right now, but they are number two. That's good to see. Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for anybody who started shopping a lot of other stocks, meme stocks, to try and make a quick buck, because if this thing starts launching, they're going to miss out on a major move. Let's see here. Put that back, put this over here, put this over here. It's a rough start to the day today for me. Boom. Look at all those shares borrowed. Looks like it just happened in the last minute. ETFs just had about 1.4 million shares borrowed, and the available shares borrowed. So that's about 2 million shares that just got borrowed in the last minute. On the call options side today, there are 64.9 thousand contracts in the money with 109.7 thousand put contracts out of the money. I'm going to show you guys something really cool today about what's going on with next week. This is not something that I looked up. I was talking to John last night, and he said how, what's the distribution of those out of the money puts on next week for those 385, and I actually hadn't even bothered to look at it. And what I'm going to show you today is absolutely stunning. It's really stunning. You can probably go take a look at it yourself real quick before I get there, but oh yeah, I forgot to write down the open interest on the last page. Let's go back to the last page real quick. Open interest on the call side. Highest amount of open interest is currently at a $50 strike price with 23.6. That's very interesting because open interest yesterday was 24.6, which means people have closed 1,000 positions in open interest. That's kind of surprising, very surprising. I would have thought that they would have waited for the price to go up further. Highest level of put open interest is currently at $46. Wow. Yep, $46. That's up from 40. Yesterday it was at 40 with 15,000 contracts that were open. There's only 10.9 thousand open today at 40, but it's moved up to 46 with 16.4. Surprising stuff today, guys. Surprising. Take you back to that main page there. But yeah, we'll take a look at this right here. What's the makeup of the out of the money puts? You're going to be pretty shocked by it, I think. This is gonna pretty much be confirmation as to what's going to be happening for next week for you. You're gonna have to hold on and buckle up for when I present that to you. All right, what do we got over here? We got my handy dandy little notebook. We got my calculator, and we're going to calculate out the shares on loan and figure out how utilization shares on loan is giving us the amount of shares available left to borrow. Yesterday, the available shares left to borrow was 10.668 million shares, which was up from the previous day of 9.884. And let's see here. Let's do some calculations. Maths. We're going to do some maths. I can't believe that 118. I can't believe that that has to be yesterday's on loan amount. Let me refresh the screen real quick here. I'm going to move these back over real fast. There's no way that there's still 100. Yeah, see, there we go. Shares on loan, because we have. Remember, I said at the end of the day, the amount of shares that they had returned was 4.29. You can see that in my notes right here. 4.29 shares returned yesterday, and it was 118 shares on loan. Now it's down to 114. So they actually did use all of the borrowed shares or returned shares All the shares that they did borrow yesterday, they did use to return straight to shares on loan, which is why we probably had a price increase yesterday. They weren't using those to short the stock at all. So they started covering positions. This is going to drop utilization quite a bit. And it didn't, because utilization's just barely dropped. So what that means is that they've reduced the amount of shares that they have available to borrow. Which is, I don't want to see that. That's not as good. I don't like that. Okay, well, let's look at that. 114.38 divided by 0.9144. There is currently 125 million shares out to borrow. So that is down from 128.9 yesterday to 125 today. That puts us short of, that's only 3 million that it dropped by. That's not terrible. But that puts us out by 25, 30 from the maximum amount of shares that we've ever seen loaned before. But we subtract the original value of how many shares that are out for loan, and that gives us the remaining amount of shares left to borrow, which is about the same thing as it was yesterday. Slightly up. Volume prediction's not in yet. I do not have a volume prediction, although it does look like it's going to be low again. Around the same amount that it was probably yesterday. We'll have to see closer to 7 a.m. All right, let's see what we got here. On loan started to drop. On loan average age per day starting to increase again. Well, we're going to make this even worse. They're going to make it worse on themselves with failure to deliver. These numbers started to pinch together, and I wanted to see these connect, but they're going to make it even worse on themselves. So stacking on more failure to delivers. Okay. That's the game that's being played. I don't know why they're doing what they're doing. Estimated short share interest of the free float is 18.35%. That's dropping a little bit. Again, as they return shared loans, that number will drop because it makes it easier to borrow loans. So hold on a second. Sneeze coming. Yeah. Whoa. That was strong. Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at the data here, just trying to figure out like what the heck, why are they doing this? Notice how utilization is like a precursor to what happens to on loan average age per day, right? Like if I took this and kind of swung it over a little bit, it'd almost be the same exact pattern right here. Which means that if that were the case, the spread between the dates right now is August 13th to September 1st, so it's like a half-month delay between the two. Actually, this continues to go up here, and this doesn't go that high. That's not quite the same. Okay, enough looking at that. I said I wasn't going to look at this page until market open. Yesterday's increase in price, 2.36%. Updating True Demons numbers, 2.3%, 2.36. I feel like I feel like what I'm going to do is I want to give like a little preview to for some of you. Ooh, excuse me. That's not going to work. Oops. There we go. Stock tracker, trying to update it on the left-hand side there. All right. I feel like for those of you who are watching right now, giving you a little bit of an early preview. Good morning, John. Price did just jump. There's 5 of you on here right now, and I want to give you guys a little bit of a preview of what we're going to look at earlier today or later today. I kind of set up the how to identify your backside of the MOASS 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. I'm going to do the presentation if we don't have like some major increase in price. But I'll just give you guys like kind of like a quick little peek at it. So I'll just kind of briefly go through the slides here real quickly, just to kind of give you an idea what's incoming here. You guys can just kind of have like a quick little peek at the future. So I kind of talk a little bit about explain what an SPF is. That's really, I think, important and integral to understanding how you identify the backside of a squeeze. So I go a little bit into talking about how to identify what a SPF is. I'm sure people are going to have questions, and I'll answer them as I go. So I really kind of want to add one more slide in to kind of show like how to identify the backside of the MOASS, and you have 2 indicators: decreasing day-over-day volume versus and also decreasing percentage from the previous dip. So once we understand, like, basically some of these other slides go into talking about like how I track what I'm tracking in the price and what I don't track in the price. There's actually, like, this slide probably here is one of the best slides for talking about, how do you track this? This from right here to right here is a, this actually there's a, this right here is a zoomed in portion of that. And this right here to this right here is actually a 20% dip. It's a 36.6% dip is what it actually is. And from this yellow arrow here up to this yellow here is a 17.9% increase in price. You would count this originally, like when this price goes from, what is it, 136 to 86.25 right here, you would count this. But because this price doesn't rise above this previous high, you can't count this. It's not, you don't count it. It has to, in order to hit, in order to count this low, you have to be, your next high has to be higher than the previous high. So you don't count this section, and so you end up seeing a new low, this one right here, and you know, I'll have some information on the side, or actually you can see it right here. It goes from, this is 136 here, and actually this is where you would track it right here at 65.01, and then you have a new high that comes up after that. But anyways, we'll get into that later today, so you understand the tracking system. And like this is the 136 right here that you see over here on this charting, 136 65.01 up to 159.18, down to 61.13, and then I highlighted this right here because you don't see what the next high is, but I don't track this because the answer to the question is, why don't we count this last green circle, is because it doesn't exceed your previous high that you had. So you don't, this actually was the next low, and nothing got below this point further on, but we do have another high that's like further on in the history. But this is GME that we're looking at here. So anyways, you have this these indicators, decreasing percentage from the previous dip, and I'll show you guys all this stuff. But yeah, that's, well, I'll go into more detail obviously when I start talking about it at 1 p.m. But I just want to give you guys kind of like a little presentation heads up of what I'm gonna be going over. A sneak peek preview to my early guys. Early apes. Could be girls too. I don't know. But you know, a lot of people don't understand how I track this and what the thought process is behind this. And I'll tell you, what I can't do, unfortunately, is, and I tried to do this last night, I really kind of wanted to be able to go in there and show you exactly how I kind of came to how I came to terms with some of the things that, you know, I did for why I track the way that I track. And what I'm unable to do now, because we're 8 months past the January squeeze. I don't know if you've ever tried to do this in Webull. I don't know if it's easier in other, like TradingView or anything like that. But if you try to go down to a 1 minute and then go back to the point in time that you're trying to get to, it would take forever to scroll back to January. And so all those candlesticks that you saw on there were 5 minute candlesticks, and I painstakingly scrolled back, as you know, took me like 15 minutes, I think, to scroll backwards through 5 minute candlesticks back to January. Fortunately, when I did all this work originally, it was March, and I only had to scroll back 2 months worth to get full minute. And that's how when I did the modeling of GME, I did it based off of 1 minute candlesticks. So there's a lot more price movement in those candlesticks that you just saw in that presentation. But it definitely helps. It helps identify how I track new highs and new lows. And speaking of which, we just hit a new high. Our previous high was 49.40, and we just hit 49.50. So I'm tracking that. We are now, our last, we're almost 1 full month from the 8.11 was the last time we had a low. 29.40, and we've been on an increase. We haven't had a synthetic price failure since 8.11. So if the price doesn't drop today to 20% below whatever it opens, I guess it would be 20% from 49.50, then it'll be a full month after this weekend's over of complete upwards movement. And I think there's something to be said about that. By the way, my temperature got up to like 100 and something yesterday, and so my wife went out and we went and picked up a COVID test, and I took it and I was negative, but I got something going on. I actually just took my temperature before I started the show today, and I was completely normal, but I can tell I got something going on. Last time I had COVID, I actually had 2 negative tests before I tested positive. So, and I really didn't start seeing, or I didn't test positive until I had like major congestion. So I don't think I'm out of the woods quite yet. But I don't feel crappy like I did yesterday at the end of the day. That's for sure. I was going back listening to myself yesterday when I go to put in my timestamps in the description box, and I was like, holy moly, I was like clearing my throat quite a bit. I didn't even realize it. All right, volume's much better than it was yesterday. So we're gonna have more than I'm estimating more than 100 million shares traded today. I mean, we still got 22 more minutes before we even have our pokey stick of volume at 7 a.m. my time. If we can hit 100, and the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume gives us another 100K, that'll put us at 200. That'll be about the same amount of volume that we had, I think, what was it, 3 days ago? Oh, no. On the 7th. 102. Yeah, I'll probably guess 90 to 110 if we hit 200K by in 21 minutes from now. Oh, and then just to show you guys real quick here, try not to blind you. This is GME's price and volume history. That very first indicator I was talking about, day over day decrease in volume, as being one of the indicators. If you go back to January, let's see right here. If you go back to January, some people would say that the squeeze ended on the 27th. Or I think that was the day that it got to the highest price. And look at the volume. So the volume went from 197, let's see, I don't know what the days are, the actual days, but it went from 197 on the 22nd to 177 on the 25th, which is a day over day decrease. But then the next day, this is where you might start to get worried if you were looking at your first indicator. But your other indicators wouldn't have shown a decline in the dips yet. So then you go to June 20 or January 26th, and your volume goes back up. So that indicator 1's now null and void. But then you go to January 27th, your first indicator hits of lower volume, and also on the 27th, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look at the GME model real quick again. The first time that the day-over-day dip is actually the 28th. No, the 29th. So here's first indicator here, and then a second day of the indicator being lower, then a third day of the indicator being lower, and you have on top of that the second indicator starts dipping as well. So this January 29th would have been the day that you would probably end up selling. And as I'll point out with the GME model, that the price on January 29th hit 437 as a high, and I probably would have sold for about 400, and the high was 514. So I would have gotten out for what did I say? 514. 77% from the top. It's not bad. It's over 25. It's less than 25% from the top. 22.17% from the top, basically. And I think that's pretty good. All things considered, if you actually play out the GME model as the day happens, as the days happen, when you're looking at it, I'd have sold way back here when it went up to. There were days when it hit like 150, or there was days where it hit like 150, 100, 130, 150 bucks, and then dropped down to 60 twice in one day, and I probably would have sold during that time. So I think I do a much better job with. I leave money on the table, but I think that has to be done. There's no way you walk away from this without leaving money on the table. I mean, there is. You have to get incredibly lucky. So that's it, guys. It's really that simple. I mean, that's how you identify the backside of the squeeze. It's really simple when you break it down like that. Um, it seems like it's impossible for it to be that simple, but it really is. And I took that same model and I went and I checked it out and compared it to the VW squeeze, Volkswagen, and I also compared it to uh, Tesla. It works. It worked on both of those squeezes. And then I even went and used I think I talked about this a little bit yesterday. I took the information that I had about what I was seeing with hedge funds as far as how they try to manipulate the prices based off of 20, 40, and 60% drops. So the synthetic price failures are those 20% drops, and when you see those happening, when it gets up to those 20% marks, that's when people start selling off in mass quantities. It's some kind of psychological impact, I think, on people. When they see a 20% drop, they just start leaving in masses. And so if you start selling on those, just before you hit those 20% marks, and I'm talking about, I went and used this off of on Dogecoin. If you start to see a 20% drop in Dogecoin, and you sell off at some point, when you hit those 20% drops, just before you get to those 20% drops, then you can actually avoid the mass sell off portion, which are the 40 and 60% drops. So you can kind of like, you miss those swings. So you really can day trade like Dogecoin using my method to identify the pump and dumps that come through, or the synthetic price failures that happen. Synthetic price failures are basically the precursor to a pump and dump. Because once it gets about 23% past a previous high, that's how you know when people are paper handing or when people are selling off. And it's not just the hedge funds. Inflow versus outflow yesterday, 847 to 878. Hold on a second. Ugh. Let's see, we got, you're going to see me do a lot more calculations on a calculator today, and my mind's not working quite as well. So there's a 31-point spread in inflow versus outflow yesterday, a negative 31%, meaning that the outflow shows that there was more money sold on AMC than there was purchased. However, we still closed up 2.36%, which makes absolutely no sense. I can tell you guys right now, oh boy. I can tell you guys right now that We're looking for 1 million in volume going into 7 a.m. Once 7 a.m. hits, if we have 1 million in volume, we're looking at like a 200 million share trade a day, which typically means we're moving up quick. So watch for that. 1 million is the mark that you want to hit by 7 a.m. my time, Central Standard Time. It could be, if you're Eastern Time, that would be 8 a.m. If you're Western Time, then it would be 5 o'clock in the morning. So if you see 1 million shares traded by that time, and then there's 1 million shares that have traded, we're gonna be rocketing. But 200K, if we hit 200K here in the next 12 minutes, that's not a bad number. It's not a bad number at all. I'm glad anytime we're over 100 million shares traded for the day. I think I might just have like a little cold or something. I am targeting today. I got a price prediction from John already. I personally think that at some point today we're gonna hit 60. Let me just check something out here. I'm not watching. Yeah. Yeah, at some point today I think we hit 60 million. Sorry, 60 million. Yeah, we're gonna hit 60 million on share price. No, I think at some point today we're gonna hit $60, and then, but I think we're gonna fall back off of that. I think we're gonna test off of 60 today. How far back we fall? Maybe 54. I think was kind of what I was coming up with yesterday. I didn't cover all the other data here. Let's see. Robinhood is up 1%. Amazon is up 0.53%. Cinemark is up 1.33%. Dogecoin is down 3.15. Let me look at that real quick here. I just want to see what's going on. I want to see if they're hunting for liquidity. Ooh, yeah. When was this? 9/7. Okay, that's old. Never mind. Yeah, that was a dump. GameStop is up 0.02% in the pre-market, and we're up 1.38%. We have on a 1-hour interval. I don't have all my lines on here. On a 1-hour interval, we are at. Notice we've definitely broken out of this 13-day. It was supposed to be 13 days, but it's minus 2. So it's like an 11-day trend. We've finally broken out. There's multiple hour points above that price of 48.30. I think we broke out pretty much like the first hour after market close yesterday. But yeah, it's still continuing up. So I think I'm gonna delete this. This box was off by a little bit, not too much. I think it was pretty decent. I'm gonna go ahead and delete this. Kind of get rid of some of the noise. And 48.98 looks like it's a level of resistance. I did not. I apologize, guys. I was working on that PowerPoint some last night. I have not gone back through and fixed up my Fibonacci's, so I'm going to actually delete the ones that I have. I think that should be good. And I'm going to try and find some new Fibonacci's for kind of where we're headed to, or what we're going to be doing for today. RSI is currently at 67.69 on a 1-hour. On a 30-minute, RSI is currently at 67.47. On a 5-minute, RSI is at 56.98. So forgive me for a minute here while I go hunting for some wabbit. 49.50. I apologize if the feed's a little blurry right now. I'll try and fix that. I just remembered that I needed to shut off stuff. There we go. That should help. Hunting for wabbit. Gonna have to move back pretty far here. Where are we at? 726. Getting closer. All right, here we go. Here's it's gonna. I'm gonna have to find some down. Normally you track Fibonacci going up. This is probably a good one right here. Oh no. Okay, I thought it froze on me. Let's do this one. We'll do that one. And we'll do this one. We'll take a look at how everything looks on here. Big, huge gaps in here for the Fibonacci's. Most of them are going to be once we cross into the 51. It looks like most of my good areas of levels of resistance. This is actually probably one of the best Fibonacci groupings I've ever had. Some of the gaps are going to best gaps are going to be up here in the $51 to $53 range. So that'll help us out later for the day to day. Man, these are really nice looking. I kind of like it. It looks like we didn't really. It looks like this is just slightly off on this one. This one's pretty close. I wonder if these are one and the same. Nope, they're not. It's two different Fibonacci's. This one holds pretty good right here. I think I might have to adjust this other one just slightly. I'll make the adjustment later. I like what I'm seeing right now. We'll see how it holds up. 4 minutes away from our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. Currently at 103,000 shares traded. That's looking really good. I am not disappointed with that. Not the best, but I'm not disappointed. Looks like we got some AMC news on Webull. Let's check it out and see what it says. It's a Twitter. Oh man, I gotta show you guys this. I'm gonna show you guys after our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume the options for next week. That is new. That right there, that news. I'm going to show you this. This is a distracting. This is a distraction. Breaking banking sources tell Fox Business Management change at AMC TV foreshadows likely shopping of network potential buyers. This is not. This has nothing to do with AMC. This is not the. This is not the same. This is AMC Networks. It's not the same thing at all. And yet they put this they put this tweet in here as though it was part of AMC, but you see it says AMCX. This is not AMC. AMCX is not AMC, and they put this under AMC's news. This is a distraction. This is a total distraction. Like, I don't even know if these are. Yeah, see, this complete distraction. This is not correct. And the fact that Weeble's putting that up there means Weeble's complicit in this, in making this link between a company that's not the same company. This happened before to us. People they tried to distract people to buy AMCX. The people who had FOMO, distracting them to the wrong stock for purchasing. GameStop's got a pennant apparently. This is the GameStop news. GameStop bounces off support and could be ready to break out soon. This is the news that Weeble's putting up for GameStop. There we go. Shares were trading lower Thursday morning, but paired. I think that's paired. Much of those losses throughout the trading session. The stock fell following its latest earnings print. GameStop daily chart analysis. Shares look to have bounced and could be heading higher in what technical traders are calling a pennant pattern. The price is nearing the end of the pennant pattern after being considered between narrowing highs and lows for months. The stock may be getting ready to see a breakout in this coming weeks, which is probably why we see it trending so high on Fidelity. If it can be seen as a break above pattern resistance, the stock is trading above both the 50-day moving average green and the 200-day moving average blue, indicating the sentiment in the stock has been bullish. Each of the moving averages may hold as a possible area of support in the future. The relative strength index has been climbing higher throughout the past few weeks and now sits at 57. The RSI is showing that more buyers have entered into the stock, and that's 100% evident in Fidelity. Over the last, I think it's 2 days, they have definitely had more buyers. Here is our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. It puts us over 233,000 shares traded for the day today. That is actually going to be higher than I anticipated. It is going to be higher than 102 that we saw 2 days ago on the 7th. We're probably looking at, I think I'm going to go 110 to 130. That might be on the high side. Yeah, that might be on the high side, because if I recall correctly, we were at I think we were at 200 2 days ago. I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna say 110 to 130 on price prediction, or on volume prediction. And here's the thing, guys. If this thing does rip off to 60, my volume prediction is going to be way off. Can almost guarantee it. Okay. My son just went running out the door. He had to be at his school right now. He's late. Any chance this can go below 48 this morning? Saul, welcome to the channel. Haven't seen you here before. No, I don't believe so. There is. You're new to the channel, and there's a lot for me to discuss and explain to you. Let me see. What price did you put in again? You put in 48. Let me look at something real quick here. Oh, 40 dip below 48. Actually, I thought you put 38 in there. I don't know why. 48. 48 would be a 3% drop in price. I mean, I would say so. Yes, I would say so. I do think that there's a chance. I can't tell you how much of a chance that it's going to be dropping below that price. But what we do typically see is a bit of a sell-off kind of right at the very beginning of the day, and I think that's hedge funds trying to set the mood. I know they'd love to try and drive this price back down below that 48.30 top. I know everybody's been saying 48.50, but my number's 48.30. I think they would love to drop this below that 48.30 top, set the mood a little bit. I mean, we're already having what looks to be like a head and shoulders pattern right here, which would indicate that we'll probably test off for 49.32 or maybe not even 49.32 and start heading down here any minute. So yes, the answer to your question is yes, I think we can get below 48 this morning. Yeah, 250. I might be a little low on my volume prediction for the day today. I'm starting to think maybe I should put it up, but I don't know. I'm starting to lean towards 120 to 150. Yeah, I'm gonna adjust. I had my volume prediction at 110 to 130, and volume still. Let me just check real quick. I gotta zoom in on this real quick here and see what the minute by minute is doing here. What do we got? 136, 2000. It's very sporadic. We got a 5,000 share minute here, 3,000, and then a 627 share minute. That's so small. And then it jumps back up to 20, almost 3,000. How many shares did they borrow today so far? You guys been watching it? Do I have I have the information up on the screen, right? Only about 2 million. If the ETFs had gone down another 2 million and it was another 4 million shares that they had borrowed this morning, I would probably suggest that we're going to see higher of an up. I mean, a significant jump up in price. Right now, it only stands at 2 million though. So, do I change it? Do I change my number? Normally, once I lock in my volume prediction right after 7 a.m. My time or 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, I usually don't change it. I'm pretty dead set, but I really want to get today's volume right. And I feel like volume's starting to pick up quite a bit. I mean, you can see it. You can see it down here. It's really small, but you can see that it's a lot larger volume right now than it was prior to the 7 a.m. Pokey stick of volume. Yep, I'm doing it. 120 to 150. It's probably going to end up being too high, and I'll probably hit 110, but whatever. I'll be wrong. I'll be wrong. It's not the end of the world. All right, this is what I wanted to show you guys. You're going to strap in, buckle into your seatbelt right now. This is going to floor you. Absolutely floor you. Check this out. So what I'm pulling up over on the screen right now is the options chain for this week. You've seen this plenty of times on my stats screen page. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drag down here to the very bottom. Let me get rid of my junk on the screen for you there. This is next week's call options right here. So what you're looking at right here is this week's. I'm going to minimize that. I'm going to open up next week's call options, calls and puts options. And I want you to just look at this. I'm going to slowly scroll down the screen here, and I want you to notice the open interest that's here. Look at these prices. This is the strike price in the middle right here, guys. Right down the middle is all the strike prices. Look at the amount of call options that are in there for open interest for next week. This is insane. 18,000 contracts at $8. Do you realize how far over we are? $8 right now? That's huge losses. Like, just absolutely huge losses. And as I scroll down this, just look at the numbers. 24 at 10, 17 at 12, 27 at 15, 28 at 20, 12 at 25. I mean, there's plenty of other numbers in between. 26 at 30, 11 at 35, 14 at 40, 19 at 45. We're over all these numbers. All of those numbers, guys. All of them. Out of the money. Puts. It's massive. It's a slaughter. It's an absolute slaughter. If this doesn't make you pumped for next week, I got one more thing. I got one more thing for you. And this is the part that you really need to strap in for. Dude, those are so deep out of the money. So deep out of the money. It's not even funny. Absolutely ridiculous. Like, if that doesn't pump you, wait till I show you this. This is really. I got goosebumps. I got goosebumps yesterday. I got goosebumps yesterday when I saw this, and I was like, "This is it. This is it. This is next week is it." So watch this. This is you might have to put your tinfoil hat on a little bit for this one, but it's not. I mean, not incredibly. It's pretty. To me, it's confirmation bias. 100% of what's going to happen. Oh, wait a minute. Did I not save it? How did I not? Okay, hold on. I know where I did make a comment on it. So okay. This is a news article from CNBC. I'm going to throw this up on the screen. Fed President Kaplan Rosengren to sell individual stock holdings to address ethic concerns. Federal Reserve Regional Presidents Robert Kaplan and Eric Rosengren said Thursday that they will sell individual stock holdings, all of them, they're talking about all of their stock holdings amid ethics concerns regarding trading in 2020. The Fed officials will sell all their stocks by September 30th and put the proceeds. It says by September 30th. It doesn't say when. It says by September 30th. And put the proceeds in passive investments, they said in statements released Thursday. Quote, while my personal saving and investment transactions have complied with the Federal Reserve's ethics rules, I have decided to address even the appearance of any conflict of interest by taking the following steps, Rosengren, president of the Boston Fed, said. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Stop that. The two officials also pledged to not trade stocks while serving as Fed presidents. Forget the fact that they already did stuff that was ethically questionable. They're using that as a reason to completely remove themselves from the stock market. They're these. If you want to know what a sinking ship looks like and rats jumping off the ship, this is it right here. This is it. This is when they sense something like this is going to happen, when the stock market's going to crash, these guys will leave. They want to protect their wealth. They do not want to be involved in any kind of stock market crash. The announcements come after the Fed officials faced scrutiny surrounding investment activity in a year when central bank actions propped up financial markets during the COVID pandemic. Financial disclosure from the Dallas Fed President Kaplan raised eyebrows this week by revealing a number of million-dollar trades in individual stocks last year, including Apple, Amazon, and Delta Airlines. Kaplan owned a total of 32 individual stock, fund, or alternative asset holdings, with 27 of those valued at more than $1 million at the end of 2020, according to the disclosure. The form was first reported by the Wall Street Journal. When rats jump off the ship, guys, you know what's going to happen. Rosengren and Kaplan served as president of two of the Fed's 12 regional banks that span the country. The regional bank presidents take turns serving on the Federal Open Market Committee that set rates policies. This is the tapering, guys. That's it. I mean, this is it. The rats are jumping off. Looks like 49.32 did hold as a level of resistance. Probably. Duncan, probably. Yeah, and I remember our discussion on the futures options, but I always guess I suspected that they would just change at some point randomly. I didn't think they would hold right up until the week before. Excuse me. By the way, I don't want to take full credit for that article. That was Out of the Money 777 that posted a tweet called Fed's Kaplan to sell all his personal stock holdings by September 30th. CNBC going to crash before the tapering starts. and then the actual person who posted the link was I hate potty training. Yeah. Well, thank you. I hate potty training for the article link. That was really good. I like that. Mm. All right, guys. In about in about 13 minutes, I'm gonna take a break, and I'll come back. I'll come back 15 minutes before market opens. I'll tell you what, man. Yesterday when I read that article, I was just like, wow, this is insane. These captains don't go down with the ship. Let's check out and see what Reddit's saying. Actually, no. Let's check out the news. See what the news is saying. Nothing really current that's showing up in Google when you search AMC for news. Most of the information, or most of the articles, are all from yesterday. Like one of the more recent ones was that Kramer saying that GameStop offers you nothing compared with the clear vision at another meme name, and he was talking about AMC basically. And then another thing in there about a partnership between AMC Entertainment and GameStop is as risky as a first date arranged by some. Oh, I gotta read this. This is funny. A date arranged by your friends. Oh man, I love how they're just trying to dog on it. They just really don't want to see that kind of a thing happen. That's funny. All right, now let's look and see what Reddit's saying here. SEC rule final rule regulation of dark pools at alt trading systems. This is posted by JIT NYC. Date passed October 9th, effective 60 days thereafter. That'll be interesting. This rule allows the SEC to effectively ban, halt, limit, restrict, or revoke access entirely to any alternative trading systems and or dark pools that connect to the exchange. The SEC can fully enforce this rule at any time for a period of up to 12 months if deemed beneficial to retail investors. This rule also states the procedures to carry out said rule are already in place. I'm glad this is going into effect, but this is gonna be post squeeze work right here. This is how to prevent this from happening again. What I've done, uh, fodder for them to be able to go before the house and say, well, we saw it coming, and so we put some rules into place, and it's already in effect, and we're doing our jobs. That's what this is. Because I guarantee you, they're gonna get called uh, to the house to speak when the market starts crashing. I gotta show this to my wife. My wife really likes Back to the Future, and this was posted by Curious Crispy on Reddit. I'll just show it to you guys. Not interested in Lamborghini when Marty's Toyota. That's pretty cool. She said she might even take this over the DeLorean. Then she's like, nah. That's pretty cool though. I wonder if that's I wonder if that's a current or if they just have that saved. It looks really nice. Oh man, did you guys see the one on Reddit where there's a picture of Citadel? Um, I know I've mentioned his name before. JD Ruckus actually posted it. And I didn't even know it was him that had posted it, and I gave him a silver award because it just made me laugh so hard. But it was a picture of Citadel, and it had Spirit Halloween banner. For those of you who aren't in our country, in the United States, anytime a business and like a large business like Sears or I'm trying to think of what other businesses like. There's actually been Targets that have closed down and whatnot, but anytime you have one of those big buildings kind of vacate, what'll end up happening is the Spirit Halloween when October rolls around, they'll put these businesses. They'll rent out the property for the month to sell like Halloween costumes and just everything Halloween. It's like it suddenly becomes a super center for about a month of buying for Halloween merchandise. And so it's kind of like the running joke in the United States that whenever you see a spirit of Halloween or whatever sign go up that business is gonna go out of business. So anyways, it was a photoshopped building of Citadel with Spirit of Halloween banner, and the title says something like, it's probably nothing." That made me laugh. I really like that one. If I see it here, I'll actually I probably can find it. It was pretty funny. Yeah, here it is. It still makes me laugh. There it is. The Spirit of Halloween. It's probably nothing. That's hilarious. I'm easily entertained. I'm still laughing about it. I forgot to look at something. Excuse me. Let the coughing begin. Yeah, it looks like we're having a hard time getting past 49.32. Okay, you guys can see on the left-hand side, just underneath my banner, that they've returned 200,000 shares, or at least there's 200,000 shares available to borrow. I'm not sure which, if they returned them or if they just found more to borrow. It does say the borrow change on Ortex right there, 16.64. They did borrow. It's showing that they're borrowing shares. This is probably to combat the price down. Wouldn't be surprised if they spend those all in the first few minutes of opening market today to just drive the price down. We finally broke through the 49.32, starting to head up. 49.50 is the current high. We'll see if we can make it past that. Interestingly enough, we got a shoulder head shoulder pattern here, and it broke out of it, so heading up. So there's probably a more well-defined path that we're taking here, although I don't typically draw technical analysis in pre-market hours, because pre-market is so much different than when market opens. It's nearly impossible to try and track them. Like if I were to draw an ascending parallel channel in here or something like that, whether or not it would hold through into even before market, it probably wouldn't. And it's just, I don't know, it's kind of futile. Resistance is futile. I'm just curious to see what I got here. I know this isn't going to hold. I'm just looking at it to see what it looks like. I mean, if something like this were to hold, though, you'd be looking at like an opening price of like 49.69. I'm not holding that though, because really this looks more like something along the lines of this. Obviously, whatever point it gets to, but it's just gonna launch one direction or the other, more than likely down in the beginning of the day. Although, I do want to mention for those of you who are watching right now, one of the things that has happened over the last couple days. I guess 5 minutes is probably a good way to look at it. We defeated this pattern as of yesterday, but I want to be very vigilant in making sure that we watch out for this. This little hump, we got to come up with a name for this. What do we want to call this? This camelback. This nice little camelback that we got formation happened first on Friday of last week, which resulted in a down day by like basically 1%. Then we had the same camel hump again, but this time it resulted in a net higher price. And then we had the same camel hump, but you can't see it as well because it was so violent and quick. I think that these 2 days were setups to see what it was going to take to be able to drive the price down. And I think that this was a bull trap right here, and they caught a lot of people in options. People that they may not keep caught because then we might actually hit $50 by the end of today. Or at least at some point. So, I'm watching out for that again. It didn't happen yesterday. That pattern didn't happen, but I'm not going to put it past them to do that to us again. So I'm keeping that in my memory banks. All right, guys, I'm going to break for a little bit here. I'll be back about 15 minutes before market open, and then we'll have a nice intro to the day today. Much better than the starting one I had this morning. It was rough. All right, guys. Let's see. Duncan, you said unless something like yesterday happens before open, my target for today is 51.4 to 54.2. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards about a $54 close today as well. I do have a small voice in the back of my head screaming a massive breakout, but I can't do TA for predictions on FOMO or larger dips. Me either. I mean, today is definitely gonna be one of those days where it's just kind of like throw your hands up in the air, put up a dartboard and start throwing darts because you don't know how much it's gonna finish by. In fact, that actually might be a great thing to do. Just throw a dart at a dartboard, and that's how many bucks it's gonna go up. Because you might actually, a chimpanzee could do a better job. It's a good thing we're a bunch of chimps. All right, so yeah, when I come back. I'll do my price prediction for the day. All right, see you guys in a little bit here. Alrighty, I am back. Back again. Huh? Let me go through and update the screens real quick here, and we will get an idea for where we're at. Oh, did I forget to, I didn't forget. Okay, so the only really new information that's changed on this page here, and I guess I'll just kind of cover everything. I do want to give price prediction tally props to Adam and John, who have been predicting the price for this week. They are at 3 tally points, so they've gotten 3 days correct so far. They are 3 for 3. I have price predictions for everybody but Eric. Still waiting on Eric to come in with a price prediction, so I'm going to text him real quick. And we have 24.5 thousand shares borrowed so far for today, reporting on Ortex. 24.5 thousand. And estimated short share interest of the free float is at 18.36. Nothing really new to look at on here. If you guys noticed, the shares on loan went down quite a bit, went down by about 4 million. I'm showing that they returned 4.29 million shares. I'd have to go back to yesterday and look to see if that's exactly how many that showed back up, but I know it was 118 yesterday, so whatever it was at, it's pretty darn close to how many they borrowed. So that means that they took every single one of their borrowed shares and put them towards covering previously open loans. So that's partially the reason why the price soared like it did. They didn't have to use borrowed shares to try and drive down the price. I do want to kind of say something really quick here. I know earlier I had a new face on the show. Let's see, who was it? I can't seem to scroll the chat column, so there must not be enough people. Okay, it looks like it was Saul. Came in and said, "Any chance this can go below 48 this morning?" And I said yes. I do want to note that he said chance, and I said yes, that there was a chance to it. I do think that there's a chance that it could hit below 48 this morning at some point. I don't know for a fact that it's going to hit below 48, but I do think that there's a chance. But I'll get to why I'm thinking that that may not be so much of a chance anymore, but we'll get there. We'll see what happens. I mean, who knows? Let's see. There was something else I gotta throw. Oh yeah, this one right here. All right, taking you guys back to the main screen. Refresh this real quick here. We've got Fidelity top trending stocks for the morning this morning. And currently, number one is not AMC. It is AFRM, and then ISEE, and then AMC is third. GME has dropped out of the top 10. What happened there? How far down did they go? 13. 13, and they have 60% buys to 40% sells, so they're cooling off a little bit. We have, looks like 50-50% buys to sells. Earlier this morning, we had actually more sells than buys, so we're starting to pick up on buy orders. I feel like I know what Affirm is. Isn't that like a payment app? I don't know what this other one is. That's a lot of orders for only a 5% change. They must have had some kind of news. Anyways, enough of that. I'm not looking at this until after market open. Robinhood is up 1.07% in the pre-market. Amazon is up 0.56%. Cinemark is up 0.64%. Dogecoin is down 4%. It looks like they're going to have another drop on cryptocurrency today. Starting to look like it anyways. Pretty similar to this back here, isn't it? Really close. GME is up 0.17%. Barcoding. GME barcoding into the morning. Interesting. Heavy barcoding. AMC. Not barcoding into the morning, but I'll tell you what, all my good ideas come while I'm sitting on the toilet, and guess what? I was sitting on the toilet, and I saw this. I was like, wow, there's not usually pre-market signals, at least that I would say that hold into the opening market. I think what we'll find is that we break out of this. This is just a wedge. Actually, it's a pennant formation. It's a pennant formation only because the flagpole's here, but I'm calling it a wedge because the timestamp from here is 6:53 to 7:35. So call it 45 minutes. So 7:35 to 8:15 is when this should have broken out, which would have been right about here. It should have had a breakout somewhere around this time frame, but it stalled out on 49.32 and just started doing this sideways trading. So I'm not going to go as far as to say that this is an actual pennant, but it is a wedge. The thing about wedges is that you can't really, there's not really a good way to discern whether it's going to break out going up or down. What I can tell you though is that one of the indicators that I tend to use is that on if you look at the RSI, it gives you a good idea typically which direction it's going to go. So if we look at RSI, it's pretty high for 1 hour at 66.8. On a 30-minute, it is at 65.67. On a 5-minute, it's at 50. It's almost basically in the middle. It's at 51. So I would say it's going to break out going down. RSI is a bit high. It needs to have a bit of a correction. So we'll probably be dropping back down here to maybe returning back to the levels that we were at just before, probably hold at 48.68 pre-market. It could drop a little bit further. I guess $48 is down here at the red mark. That would be Duncan's lower limit from yesterday. I haven't modified any of these numbers, and I'll do that probably after the morning show. But yeah, I would say breakout's going to be somewhere, probably within the first what is this, 5 minutes? Oh, that's 30 minutes. Yeah, it'll probably be in the first like 5 minutes of opening, like in here. I mean, it's just based on volatility on where we're at, you know. That's what typically happens. Is it's pretty doggone volatile right off the get-go, but it'll probably break out going down. Just based off of RSI, unless there's just a ton of buy orders that come in. Starting above 49.3 will make this an awesome day. Waiting for it with anticipation. Yeah, it would make it an awesome day. I really do think that we're gonna head down though, right off the get-go. I do think that they're gonna try and set the mood. So far we've seen, what do we got here? 24,000 shares borrowed. I think they're going to use those. That's going to be for a pre-market attack. Anything under 2 million shares, either borrowed or returned, typically leads to, you know, volatility. Volume's not super low, so it's not going to be as easy to knock the price down. So it's going to cost them pretty heavily to try and knock this down. 24,000 shares is really not a whole lot to try and knock the price down with, though, which is why I wouldn't expect it to go too much further down than possibly 48.68. That's actually that's still quite a bit of a drop. All right, guys, I'm going to start the intro for the day today. I'll see you on the opening side of the market after the intro.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
With the original Peloton bike, you gain thousands of classic.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, and I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord, oh Lord. Well, if you told me you were drowning, I would not lend a hand. I've seen your face before, my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. Well, I was there and I saw what you did. I saw it with my own two eyes. So you couldn't wipe off that grin. I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies. And I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord. Well, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Well, I remember, don't worry. How could I ever forget? It's the first time, the last time we ever met. But I know the reason why you keep your silence on. No, you don't fool me. The hurt doesn't show, but the pain still grows. Some stranger to you and me. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, well I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, I can feel it in the air tonight. Oh Lord, oh Lord, well I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, well I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, I can feel it in the air tonight. Oh Lord, oh Lord, well I've been waiting for this moment for all my life.
Me too, Phil. Me too. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and we definitely are screwing the hedging. All right, guys. I mean, it's kind of pretty much stayed inside that wedge with all that volatility that was going on there. You can see that they tried to push it down right on the beginning of the get-go there. Didn't quite work out for me. They got it down to about 48.90. They didn't even make it to the 48.68. Then we pushed it all the way back up to almost $50. It was 49.88. But then, everything just kind of mellowed out and fell back down into this wedge pattern that I've got drawn out here. I would kind of discount most of this activity right here, just as, if I pull up the Bollinger Band, you'll see that everything's outside of that. Yeah, this is not normal this is manipulation right here. This is abnormal. Even what's going on currently is outside the Bollinger Band. So there's not enough volatility happening to account for the movement that we're seeing. So there's going to be a correction. Maybe once we hit $50, it'll probably come back down here. So this is starting to break out, going up. I would imagine the next candlestick will definitely be outside of this, this wedge formation. So RSI is going to be blown up right now. For those of you who aren't aware what the Bollinger Band is the blue line in the middle that I have here. That is your exponential moving average. The upper and lower red lines are your bands of standard. It's a standard deviation. Your upper standard deviation, your lower standard deviation. Basically like. I'm not 100% sure if this is if it's a first standard deviation or a first sigma or a third sigma. If it's a third sigma, all your data should be within this band. Like 98% of your data should be within this band. Actually, I think it's higher than that. 99.7, I think. So yeah, and it's just blowing outside of this big time. So completely, FOMO's hitting. I told you guys before, $48. It was really interesting to me that we had somebody come on to the show that we haven't seen before and start asking whether or not the price would hit $48. I told you guys $48 is FOMO. And with the price blowing up the way that it is now, everybody who was thinking about getting in at 48 probably started getting in at 49, $50. So this thing is just gonna blow. There's gonna be a lot of FOMO happening right now. I'm going to update some of the screens here because I have a feeling that we're not getting live reporting as I thought was correct, at least on Ortex. 150,000 shares being shown as reported being borrowed. This is so out far, the Bollinger Band, it's not even funny. There's going to have to be a correction in price because this is just way abnormal. So maybe 51.12. Yes, Duncan, boom. I don't want to get too excited right now. I got excited last whatever day it was when it really started to rip, and made some fatal flaws in tracking things I should have tracked. We hit 50 and smashed 50. Yeah, we sure did. I think at some point today we touched 60. I really do. I think we touched 60 and we pull back off of it. Day traders, let's check it out. Ishimoto Cloud will tell us whether or not we've got day traders coming in. If you pull out to 1 hour on Ishimoto, they usually look at 1 hour and 3 hour clouds for day traders. Let me get rid of my junk here. Let's see. Oh yeah, I mean, we should have had day traders getting in on this probably back on later half of yesterday, around maybe like 15:30. We would have had day traders trading into this early or late yesterday, because we're above the cloud, we're above the conversion, we're above the base. the point at which they would start selling would kind of be right here. This would be one of your first indicators that it would be a sell-off for day traders. They might ride it out to see if the price can continue to go above the conversion. If the conversion does come back down and hit the base, though, they'll definitely be selling. Another indicator that would cause them to sell is if the lagging line were to meet up with some of the price range that's happened in the past. So yeah, they're probably holding. They probably jumped in at 1500 yesterday, and they may still be continuing to jump in. All right, Bo. Bo, good to see you, man. I know who this is. This is one of my guys here. I'm glad you're still holding on. Keep holding, buddy. I know it's been tough. It's been a long time, but I'm glad that you're still holding in there. Keep it up. I don't think you'll be disappointed. It's been a long and arduous path that we've been down, but have hopes, have high hopes. You're forming your diamond hands. Ah, yes, diamond hands. Ah, excellent. my wife's back in the background going, my precious. 13 million shares traded so far. Let's take a look at some of the other indicators here. 13 million shares currently traded after about 13 minutes of trading. So we're doing about 1 million shares a minute on average. I threw on the trades hoodie. Oh my gosh, the string got pulled. I've got my trades George, you know what it is, George W. Sweatshirt on for the occasion. Even though I'm running a little bit of a temperature, I'm still hanging in it. Look for the Thatcher, right? Yes, Duncan. Duncan is 100% accurate. We're looking for the morning Thatcher. This is that sign. This is the exact same sine wave we saw. Not yesterday didn't have it. It was let's see. So yesterday would have been Thursday. So Friday, Tuesday, and Wednesday we had the Margaret Thatcher, or this 1 minute Margaret Thatcher pattern that formed. So that's going to be something to watch out for, because that's when the price is going to start, dipping. We're definitely going to see, with the amount of outside the standard deviation that we had right here, we're definitely going to see a pullback to try and probably meet back up with the exponential moving average. My mom wants to know why I'm running a fever. Yeah, John hasn't been on the show, but John and I still talk, and he's giving me price updates for the day every day on what he thinks the price quote is. But he's moved on to doing some other work as well. So he's not like on the show, but yeah, he still hangs out and stuff. He's still with us. He's still cooking. Bull Trap also looks like they're trying to hit GME. So this is the thing, right? Bad back. This is what happened. This is what happened on Wednesday. On Wednesday, we had the bull trap. I think they did a test on Friday and Tuesday to test to see if they could hit us with a bull trap. And on Wednesday, they got us. They got us really, really hard with a bull trap on Wednesday. And so what we're looking out for is a big old Margaret Thatcher. We want to see if we see the price go way up and kind of do this like. I want to call it an upside down cup. I mean, that's exactly what it looks like. It looks like an upside down cup, and then a little bit of a handle. There's going to be a price correction coming, so be ready for that. It's all part of the psychological battle that we have going on right now. I do want to make mention today, if you guys noticed, how to identify your backside. I've specifically put your backside of the MOASS because it just sounds funny. But today I will be doing the presentation for that unless we hit 60. If we hit 60 today before 1 p.m., then I will not be doing that presentation. I showed it to everybody, so you know it's done. There is one other slide that I'd like to kind of put in there, and I might work on that one slide before the presentation. But I will be doing how to identify the backside of the MOASS, because that's got to be on everybody's mind. How do you know what the backside is going to look like? If I have to do the presentation several times, I will. What I'm thinking about doing is, I think that this is Reddit-worthy post, and I'll probably splice out. I'll take the time this weekend to splice out the presentation if it happens today, and then post that to Reddit. There's some extremely easy indicators to look for to identify what the backside of the MOASS looks like. And the reason that you want to look for that is because there's a lot of indicators that might have you sell early. 60 to 70% swings in price. So, just to throw an example out there at you guys, let's say this drives up to $500 at some point, and then it drops 70%. So 70% of $500, I don't even know what it is. So you gotta give me guys. I'm running a little bit of a temperature here, so I can't math today. 75%. No, 70%. 350. Okay, so 350 off to 500. We're talking about $150. So imagine it getting up to $500 and then dropping in a matter of less than an hour to $150, maybe even less than a half hour. How do you see that happen and not freak the F out? That Crazy Pepe. I'm just gonna say, Crazy Pepe, I took a COVID test yesterday. It was the fast one, and I came out negative. I did last time I came down with COVID. I took two of those fast tests and came up negative on both. I took one of the long tests and came up positive. So I'm really hoping that's not what it is this time around. But we bought a couple of those fast home kits, and I took one yesterday and didn't have anything. It feels like COVID a little bit. At the end of the show yesterday, I was feeling like I was just burning up, and I ended the show and was like, I'm done. So today I woke up, nothing, no fever, no nothing, and completely okay. Guess what? It's starting to come back. So I don't know what's going on, but definitely have a temperature right now. But don't worry about me. I'll be all right. It's not a big deal. Where was I going? Oh yeah, I was talking about, how you drop from $500 to into $150. How are you not going to sell at some point through there? What indicators will you be looking at that are going to tell you whether or not that's a good point to sell, or if that there's more to come? And that's what I have prepared for you today to show you. What indicators you can look at that will tell you whether or not this is, the beginnings of the end of the MOASS, or if it's literally part of the process that gets us to the top. And so that's what I'm going to put out there. Do I have test centers over? Yeah, we have test centers over here. Unfortunately, where I live, we're in such a hot zone that you can't get a test for weeks. They're just completely booked out. And so the best other alternative to that is going out and buying a self-home test kit that you can get. I think I've personally been through COVID twice already, and it sucks really bad. I'll still be here for you guys, even if I get it. I'll be suffering. I can guarantee I'll be suffering. I'll be definitely hurting in the head. You guys I'm gonna have to rely on you guys to support me through it, because I'll tell you what. The last time I had COVID, I had a lot of really bad thoughts, like things like maybe I should sell all my AMC. This is what am I doing, kind of stuff. My head was just not there. It was not in the game at the time. So if I go through this again, I'm gonna be relying on you guys to just kind of helping to keep focus. So, but I think this is a cold. I think this really is just a cold. Yeah, there's nothing around here. I don't think, Crazy. I don't think there's any testing sites. It's not even. See, here's the thing. Having been through COVID twice already, it's pointless to get tested. If you think you have COVID, buckle up, because they can't do anything for you. The only reason that you're getting a COVID test is so that you can hunker down and start quarantining. I'm doing crap anyways. You guys see me here 9 hours out of the day anyways, so I'm just gonna avoid, going to like a football game or, my son's football game and stuff like that, and it's not a big deal. The test does nothing else other than letting you know whether you should basically quarantine. And I have a background in ERT, and um, I've been on top of this whole COVID thing well before anybody else was, and I know what you have to do, and I take precautions, so it's you don't have to worry about me. That's up to you, crazy. Oh, I just got it. I just got what you were saying there. Yeah, they were giving COVID shots at the gym. That's funny. COVID. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it was. If we did see a Margaret Thatcher starting to happen or form right here, what I would tend to think is since we hit that 5107 or 5112 level of resistance, I would expect to see it come down to about this 5005, hold at 5005 for just a tad bit, and then head back up and test that 5107 again, and it'll come back down, completing the cup shape handle somewhere around 10 o'clock this morning, Eastern Standard Time. Special medicine. I was watching Duncan. I was watching I don't know what I was watching. I was watching something on some military guy was doing some commentary on YouTube about I don't know. Anyways, he got on this thing about back when steroids were a thing in the military, and I was like, I never even considered that before, that the military would be handing out steroids to the. Well, I'm sure they probably weren't handing them out. I'm sure the guys were easily finding them, but I just never had considered how much of a problem that might be in the military. I mean, it's not like they care whether or not their guys are juiced. Let's see here. 20 million shares traded so far. We're getting real close to the hour. I'll do technicals here in just a little bit. Give us about 7 more minutes, and then we'll take a look at the options and whatnot. So this is the correction off the Bollinger Band. We had these outside the parameter numbers here. So this is going to be the correction off of it, moving back down towards the exponential moving average. Once this meets up like it is right now, I would expect to see it to start to turn around and heading back up. So maybe not making it all the way down to 50.05. But we could see it start turning around probably right now. Bo, if you're still watching, tell Coco to leave me alone. You know where I live. How do you know where I live, Duncan? I'm, I'm a little scared. I actually believe you. uh, I'm telling you guys, I was in a dark place. This was back in I think I got COVID this year in January. Hold on a second. When was it? The end of March? Oh, right. Okay, yeah, it was the end of March when I got COVID of this year. Wait, hold on a second. What's that? Oh yeah, yeah. I was definitely diagnosed with it at that time. I had taken a test and was definitely COVID positive. Um, and it was the end of March, and that was probably one of the worst times that I could have gotten it, because if you guys remember the end of March, it was dark days for us. So getting COVID now, when I see us on the upside, is not won't be as bad on my brain. Yeah. You can sit through all kinds of updates, and I'll just sit here and look like a piece of crap and talk to you about how awesome we look. It'll be a heck of a lot easier than back in March, let me tell you. Man, I'm not sure which was worse, the first time or the second time. Actually, the first time was worse. So what we have right now is a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern looking here. If I zoom in on this, it doesn't. I mean, it's really hard to see. It's actually dipping a little further than I would have expected for this to be like an actual head and shoulders. Like I would think the shoulder would extend out over here just a little bit more. This is a bearish signal, which means that the price will be dropping back further. But this is our cup shape here. Looks like they're returning back to the bear trap, or the bull traps rather. So what's going to end up happening here is the price is going to fall back down to about 49.32, and then it's gonna do a little bit of an uptake, maybe close to 50, maybe 49.75, and then we're going to see a big drop after that, probably putting us back down. Let's go back and look at one of the other days. Let's see what they did. Specifically Wednesday. That was the day that they got us on that big bull trap. So it went from 49.40 all the way down to 45.69. So we lost about $4 on the bull trap. So $4 off of 51. So basically $46. The answer that I would have for the gentleman who asked earlier today, who was new to the show, and why can't I find him on here? There he is, Saul. Saul asked about 48 possible this morning. Sure looking like it now, that's for sure. But does that mean that we can't bounce back up from 46? Absolutely. I definitely see that happening. And if I'm wrong, that'd be awesome too. All right, guys, 2 minutes. 2 minutes till technicals. Wow, we're bouncing off of 50.05. Okay, so maybe the Margaret Thatcher is going to happen here. Big old Margaret Thatcher. But when you zoom out to a 5 minute, it'll look more like a larger size bull. I think I'm gonna have to take this sweatshirt off. It's getting a little hot for me. Hold on, give me just 1 second, guys. Okay, that's a little bit better. Temperature did come back. All right, let's start refreshing Squeens. We're gonna refresh Squeens. Again, congratulations to John and Adam for the 3 points for this week. I'll be updating our price predictions in just a little bit here for today. But between John and Adam, they've gotten 3 points for this week. They have nailed the price every single day. Dark pools, 54.43%. That's going to put us more like 59% on Stonk Tracker. 149,000 shares lent so far. That is up from an hour ago. I believe it was an hour ago that I last checked it. An hour ago it was 24.5K. That is now up to 149.13. Looking down at the estimated current short share interest straight down below me, that is at 18.38%. Institutional, moving up to the top right hand corner, institutional ownership is currently at 127.7, which has not changed for seems like 3 or 4 weeks now. Max Pain is at $46. It was at $44 yesterday. Looking at the current volume, ooh yeah, a lot of good volume at 29. They're catching people again on this bull trap. This Margaret Thatcher that's going to form here, they're going to catch a lot of people on this, trying to go for that $50. Now it's already over 50, so my hopes is that anybody who has a $50 contract out right now is taking a really good look at this, and deciding whether or not now is a good time. Hopefully, I'm hoping they got out, at $51 because that may have been their last chance. This last really good chance to go for it this morning. Now, I'm not saying that we can't break 51 later on today, but I would hate to get caught. I think you probably picked a strike price that's just a little bit too high. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe we ended up busting up to $60 like I think we're gonna do, and and maybe they hold out and they make some extra money on this. But if it were me personally and I had a contract that was a week old or so, at $51, I probably would have sold it off. It would have been chump change in contrast to what you could get if it goes higher, though. Let's see. So the highest amount of interest right now is currently at $50 with 29.3 thousand contracts. Now, yesterday, the total amount of contracts that were open was 58.5. So we're well beyond, the pace that we were on yesterday. 29.3. That's a lot. Okay, yesterday the puts highest amount of volume stemmed around $46. Today it's at $48 at 8.8. Although 49 is a real close runner-up at 8. So that has moved up. That actually gives me a lot of faith in this not breaking too much. If it does break down to 48, it won't go too much further than that. 8.8 thousand. I should probably read off what yesterday at that strike price of I think it was 46 that I said, it was 29.4 thousand options is what we ended up with yesterday. 8.8 today at $48. I just want to make sure I have that right. Okay. Highest amount of open interest is at $50 strike price with 23.6, and on the puts side is 46 strike price with 16.4 thousand. Now remember, all these contracts expire today, so yeah. Shares borrowed. Let's see. Shares left to borrow. Yesterday there was 10.6 million shares left to borrow. Today there's 10.7. The numbers are so close that I wouldn't even say that it really changed much. The max amount of shares that we've ever seen available to lend is 155. Right now it's at 125, so it's getting up there. We did have a little bit of a drop from yesterday, but that's not bad. My volume prediction for today is 120 and 150 million shares traded. Let's see, we are at 35 minutes into this. Let me just see what we're at for a pace here. It's going to make my number look really bad. We're on a pace for 295 million shares traded today. I almost want to double check my work, but I'm pretty sure that's accurate. I think we'll see that come down quite a bit. I think. I don't know. We'll see. It does look like it's dropping off pretty steadily right now. I'm just looking at it. Let's see. Check that out. Put this over. All right, let's see what we got, guys. Taking you back to the other page. I'm going to let this refresh here. You know what? Let me take this off for just a second. I can't show you. Well, oh, never mind. I take that back. I can still smell, guys. All right, AMC is number 2 on the list of top trending stocks being traded. We are currently at 48% buy to 52% sell ratio. GME is still not on the list. I'm going to back out here and see where they're at. They've slipped. Okay, they went down to 13th. They were first this morning, slipped down to 13th, and now they're back up to 11th. So they're moving back up here, but they have 64% buys to 36% sales. Looking at the rest of the market, there's 3,373 advancers to 3,309 decliners. The Nasdaq is up 0.26, the Dow Jones is down 0.16, and the S&P 500 is 0.02. Checking out our individual stocks. Robinhood is currently 0.46%. Amazon at 0.08. Cinemark that's up 0.12% for Amazon. Cinemark down 2.08%. Dogecoin down about 4%. GME down 0.93%, and we are up 4.4-ish. It does look like we're going to get our double top here with our Margaret Thatcher. So that's going to end up costing us maybe not as much as that cup and handle, but it'll definitely be a downswing in price. We could see that 48. It's possible. It's a possibility. Let's check out and see what our inflow versus outflow is. $275 to 306, so 25, 31. 31-point spread between the outflow for a net positive. I'm sorry, I'm just laughing inside because it's ridiculously how low. I mean, yesterday we had, I think it was a 30-point spread, and we closed down, or not yesterday. It was, I forget whatever day it was that we were down at some point like 6%. I guess this is actually about right. Yeah, this might be about right. I take that back. I shouldn't have laughed. But yeah, here you can see volume starting to kind of trend off down here. It's kind of melting away a little bit. We want to see, if we want to average 100 million shares traded for the day, then we need to see an average of 250,000 shares per minute. An average. It's dropping right now. The volume moving average is currently at 295, so it's getting down there. I'll tell you what, guys, I just had this like weird thought, like, what am I doing here? It's like strange. I don't know if you ever. Does that ever happen to you? Do you ever like you're just doing something and then all of a sudden you're going like, what am I doing? That just happened to me. What am I doing? What is this a dream? What is this? Amazon. They got some news out here. Let's see. Democrats eye new $1 billion effort to crack down on big tech in sprawling economic package. This should be interesting. Let's read this. One of the top federal agencies overseeing Apple, Facebook, Google, and other Silicon Valley tech giants could see a boost to its budget as part of congressional Democrats' sprawling $3.5 trillion economic package. The proposal unveiled by a panel of House Democrats on Thursday would set aside $1 billion for the Federal Trade Commission to create a new digital-focused division that would police privacy violations, cybersecurity incidents, and other online abuses. The new spending could represent a roughly 30% increase in the Commission's total projected appropriations over the next decade, money that could add more legal firepower to an agency whose resources are badly outmatched by many companies it regulates. Democrats announced their plan as part of a broader effort to craft a roughly $3.5 trillion economic package that encompasses President Biden's fuller economic agenda. Party lawmakers envision the package as a sweeping overhaul of the country's health care, education, tax laws, fulfilling promises that they made in the 2020 elections. Once the total spending plan is finalized, Democrats hope to pass it using a legislative maneuver known as reconciliation. The move allows the measure to be enacted without the risk of Republican filibuster in the narrowly divided Senate, provided the Democrats stay united in their cause. While much of the proposal remains unsettled, the process for now has opened the door for Democratic lawmakers to seek and advance some of their long-stalled policy priorities, including their repeated commitments to take aim at big tech. Democrats for years have criticized Amazon, Apple, Facebook, and Google, arguing that some of the country's most profitable companies have become too powerful, sometimes at the expense of their users. On Capitol Hill, Democrats have spearheaded sprawling antitrust investigations into tech giants and called on top federal agencies to take a more aggressive stance against the industry. And they're focusing on the wrong industry. They are. Yeah. I mean, no. I mean, they're not. They're not focusing on the wrong. I mean, I do agree that they need to focus on that, but at the same time, I mean, our financial industry is really what needs to be taken a look at more importantly. As this just kind of goes on here. I'm looking for anything that really stands out to me. So I'm going to tell a little story. This is going to be an unpopular story, probably. We had a freeze here in Austin, Texas, this last year, and it was pretty devastating to the area. And one of the things we have a big, huge plant here. Samsung. I used to work for Samsung. Samsung's here, and their plant was operating throughout the entire freeze, right up until basically the government had to sit there and tell them that they were either going to shut them down, or they had to shut down themselves. And so they chose to shut down versus being shut down by the government. Because if the local state shut down their power, then they would have lost a lot more than they did by shutting down themselves. But what I want to know is that this is the kind of power. What I want to know is that this is the kind of power that big tech has, and we have more than one company that's now moved in here. We have Apple, we have Samsung, and we now have Tesla. And all of these, all these companies are going to want power during crises. And guess what happened? They shut down the power to all the people, and we had people die. We had people dying because of this freeze that was happening here, and nobody gave two shits about those people, and they just kept running those businesses. Those businesses should have stepped up first and said, we're shutting down so that you can have power to the people. And they had to wait until the government basically threatened them to shut them down for them to shut down, and that's wrong. Mr. Grimm, yes, I get that too. It's old age plus psychedelic use. Don't worry, it gets worse. Our $50 calls already hedged, or if we close above 50, do we have some gamma next week? Oh my gosh. Mr. Grimm, you must have not been here earlier this morning. They should be hedged for as we come close to 50. They can de-hedge when we drop again, so getting some distance to 50 would be nice. Not sure at what point they hedge, but part of the morning run-up could possibly be them hedging. Yeah. So check this out. This is awesome, Mr. Grimm. This is really cool. I hope you're. All right, tell me if you're still watching. If you're still watching, that's awesome because I don't want to go through this again if you're not watching because I'll just wait till you come back later. But if you're here, say something real quick and I'll put this up for you to see. Uh-oh, I didn't get my water. I'll tell you what, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab my water real quick and I'll wait to see if you're still here. Okay, so check this out. This is pretty crazy. These are the options for this week. I'm going to minimize these real quick, and I'm going to pull up the options for next week. These are open options for next week. Yeah, there is delays. Like I was saying before, there's that 10 to 25 second delay for whatever I say to get to you to get back to me. But it's kind of weird. It's weird for me. I'm sure it's weird for you guys too. Check this out. Puts on this side over here, strike price down the middle. As I scroll down this page, look at the open interest at some of these strike price. This is at 50 cents, guys. There's 7,884 open contracts at 50 cents on puts for next week. I mean, if this first like $3.50 doesn't excite you, let me just continue to go down the list. 17,000 contracts at 5, 13 at 6, 18 at 8, 24 at 10, 17 at 12, 27 at 15. We're well over these numbers. Well over these numbers. 28 at 20, 12 at 25, 26 at 30, 11 at 35. I mean, it just goes on and on and on, guys. And they're buying more today. They're still buying. They've got 6,000 open at 40. Okay, you were on when I covered this earlier. All right, cool. I mean, for those of you who are watching right now who weren't on this, if this doesn't excite you, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do that can excite you about what's going to happen because that's exciting stuff right there. That is like super massive losses, and they're infinite. Unless they close the positions, those are infinite losses. They can continue to stack more losses. Yeah. And then I'm just going to post this article up here too, real quickly. The one I was talking about earlier as well. I won't cover it again since you already saw it before, but the rats are jumping ship, guys. Let's see, not posts, comments. This article alone, you can click on this article. Okay, I'm putting it up in the, that's the article that I covered this morning. I'm going to pin it. Oh. It doesn't, I wouldn't say that it drives margin calls. What I would say it does is that it drives, it drives a gamma squeeze. And the gamma squeeze drives margin calls. So it's like a two-factor step, right? You know, you start having margins that are that far off and out of the money, and you're just going to see a massive gamma squeeze, just massive. And that's when I'm of the opinion between 90 and 95 bucks is probably the margin calls. That I don't know. That's kind of a number I came up with a while ago, and we've had share dilution since, and I don't know how that would affect margin calls. I mean, it could have increased it maybe some to maybe like 110 to 115, but I think that with this next gamma squeeze that we're going to see probably next week or the week after, yeah, I do think so. And of course, the gamma squeeze leads to margin calls, and margin calls leads to MOASS. So you go from a gamma squeeze to a short squeeze. Yep, we got our typical. Excuse me, guys. I got a lot of indigestion right now. I apologize. We got our very classic Margaret Thatcher happening right here. Although it's almost looking like it's going to be a three hump. This is the triple Margaret Thatcher. But yeah, that article, geesh, that article right there tells you the rats are jumping ship. There's actually a little bit of an ascending parallel trend right here. Channel, ascending parallel channel. I don't know why I can't get that. What am I doing? My mind is not in this when I start doing just dumb things. Yeah, I think we have an ascending parallel channel right now. This will lead to a breakout going down, as it is a bearish indicator. Typically, what I see happening is one of these levels of resistance, like 5112, will hold and will start to consolidate until it breaks out going down. I mean, it could certainly drive up past 5112 and then maybe use 5187 as like the driving point that causes it to start going down, but something like that. I know. So Graham, I mean, I really don't like saying dates too. I really don't. I don't mind saying dates. I don't like to set dates because I've been disappointed so many times. But I don't mind saying dates because I guess I'm not affected by saying them and having them being crushed by them. I guess it works differently for each person, right? Everybody has a little bit different psyche, and it impacts them a little bit differently. And so I can definitely understand why people don't want us to set dates because it could hurt the psyche of some of those people who can't weather a lot of missed dates. So what do I have to say about that? What I have to say about that is, I mean, it's always just number one rule: buy and hold. Actually, that's not number one rule. That's number two rule. Number one rule is never buy more than you can afford to lose. Number two rule is buy and hold. And number three rule is make sure you better, if you guys don't have after hour trading hooked up to your account right now, please do it. Figure it out. If you need help, ask. I'll help you. I will help you figure out how to get, it doesn't matter who your broker is, I will help you figure it out. And if your broker doesn't allow after hour trading, you need it. You need it yesterday. And I'll show you why today at the 1 p.m. how to identify your backside of the MOASS that I do at 1 o'clock p.m. today. It's going to be very clear to you why you need after-hour market trading. What I wanted to say, Grim, is that my mind's foggy. What I wanted to say was, this is the first time where I think when we're setting dates that we haven't had an outside source impact it in some kind of fashion. whether it be Wanda selling shares to the market, whether it be AMC doing share dilution, whether it be institutional investors selling shares to the market, whether it be trying to think of some of the other things that I feel have stunted past dates. I think those are probably the three biggest ones I can think of off the top of my head. We don't have that. Adam Aaron already stepped up and said, hey, I've already talked to all my guys, no more selling up to a certain amount. We had one guy who dumped a bunch like a day or two after he said that, and then I think that should be the end of it until Adam Aaron sells his shares, which are supposed to be next year. So the insider sell-offs, that's out of the factor. Wanda selling shares is out of the factor. I think they have like 10,000 left. That's nothing. And then share dilution is off the table. So this is, I don't see any. I mean, there could be something out there that stunts the gamma squeeze, but I don't know what it could be. It's off my radar. So you guys can see volume, it slowed down quite a bit, and then it started to pick back up a little bit as we had this upswing. What I do want to do real quickly here is just kind of take a look at RSI and see how that's doing. Yeah, see, we're way high on a 1 hour. On a 1 hour chart, we are at 78.38, which is 8 points higher than where it's overbought. We are definitely overbought right now. On a 30-minute, it's at 81, and on a 5-minute, it's at it was as high as 85, but now it's currently at 73. So when I checked it at 9 o'clock, we were on a 295 million share pace for the day-to-day. I bet that's cooled off quite a bit. Let's check it real fast. 35 point. I'm just going to put 35.8 because it'll probably be that much in a minute. 35.8 divided by 60 minutes multiplied by 390 minutes in the trading day. 232 is the pace we're on now. So yeah, it's cooled off pretty quick. But I do want to make note though. Let's just take a look. I'm going to just read these off to you real quickly. On September 2nd, we traded 67.8 million. September 3rd, 52.1, and then we doubled from 52.1 to 102.1 on September 7th. Dipped ever so slightly down to 97 million on the 8th. Today's going to be somewhere, I'm guesstimating, between 120 to 150. What do you think next week's going to look like? That's you don't have to answer. I know what it's going to look like. You don't have to answer. I would not be surprised if I get my 1 million shares by 7 a.m. That I look for, which typically leads to a 200 plus million day traded shares. And if that happens, if we see that on Monday, pack your bags, get ready for your flight. It's ready. it's ready. We'll go back and look here. When was the last time we had 200 million shares in a single day? Real close on July 15th. Really, really close. 199. Okay. June 18th was the last time we broke 200. But the beginning of that massive amount of shares looked like this. May 19th, 89. May 20th, 61. May 21st, 53. Do these numbers sound familiar? May 24th, 113. May 25th, 213. May 26th, 379. May 27th, 705 million shares traded on May 27th. May 28th, 660. June 1st, 508. June 2nd, 766 million shares traded in the day. So you can see where this is going. The pattern's really consistent. Follow the volume, guys. I can't state it enough. Follow the volume. It tells a story. It really does. So I'm really curious to see what we end up at today. What did I pick again? I picked 120 to 150. We might come in at about 113. I'd actually picked a different. I don't. If you guys were watching earlier, I picked I think 100. Originally, I was at I think 100 to 120. Was that 110? Maybe I was 110 to 130. Maybe that's what I was. I don't remember. I had a lower volume estimate to start off with, but then I saw some things that just kind of made me feel like I needed to up it a little bit. So I did to 120 to 150. But I can say this. Back in May, I want to say it was like May 27th. Let me see if that's right. May 27th? Oh yeah, it was definitely. Let me see what day of the week that was. I remember it was a Friday. Maybe it wasn't. Oh, that's right. I worked the front half of the week at that time. It was the last day that I worked that week, May 27th. Yeah, so Tuesday. Yeah, that's right. May 27th. On May 27th, I was like, I had told John, I was like, I think I'm done. I'm not returning to work anymore. And we started discussing things a little bit, and we had decided that it would probably be best for me to go back on the 1st. Just that way, if I was quitting my job, it would be on the new month and not the end of oh, I'm looking at April. I'm on the wrong one. May 27th. Okay, it was a Thursday. So I was talking to John on Thursday, and then I said I think on the 29th I was going to give him like my resignation or something like that. No, we worked the 30th. That's what it was. We worked the 30th. I was going to give my resignation on the 30th. On the 27th, I told John, I'm like, I don't think I'm coming back. And so I walked into work on the 30th, and I'm having eerily similar feelings to what I had back then. Right now, I mean, all the indicators that I'm seeing right now, like I feel like this next Monday is going to look a lot like the 27th did. What's today? Today's the 10th. I'm going to go through the news and see what I'm seeing here. I'm sure there's going to be something interesting to be said out there. Dead silence, of course. If things are going well for us, they don't have anything to say, do they? complete radio silence on the news. All right, let's see what Reddit has to say. I'm not going to say this one. I'm just going to put it up here. This one. I love these apes. I love these apes. Okay, so it looks like we hit some kind of wall at 51.57 and then popped down pretty hard. So we could be falling out of this ascending parallel channel here. This is where I was talking about, like one of these levels of resistance. You'll see consolidation. It'll kind of consolidate somewhere in here and then break out heading down. So usually what I do is I draw little rectangles and I say like these are points that we need to avoid. In order for this to continue up in price, we need to avoid this box. You know, and I could put this box like pretty much anywhere along here. Any one of these levels of support or resistance. Sorry, they're levels of support when we're coming down and meeting into it, but it's a level of resistance when we're going up into it. These are Fibonacci retracements. You know, so I could put all those there and say, like, if we're going to continue up this, we have to go around this box. Otherwise, we're going to drive down and through. You know, I keep seeing these promoted. There's two things I need to buy at some point. I need to buy the subscription to YouTube so I don't get ads, because it's so annoying when I go to play something and all of a sudden a commercial breaks out on you guys, which happened this morning. Did you hear the Peloton one? I already got a stinking Peloton. You don't need to be advertising Peloton to me. Come on, YouTube. Don't you listen to me? I thought you listened. But then the other one is on Reddit. I get ads on there too, but I love this one because I keep getting this promoted. Explore Canada. Canada is calling. We can't wait to welcome you with open hearts. Open hearts and open wallets. Have you guys ever been to Victoria, Canada? I don't know if you ever had a chance. Duncan, I know you want to travel the United States. Can I make a suggestion to you? You need to put this on your list of things to do when you head up to, because I know you're going to hit Seattle at some point. If you're going to cross the United States, you got to hit Seattle. And the thing that you got to do is when you get to Seattle, you jump on a ferry that will drive, you know, it drives your car and you and everybody over to Canada, to Victoria. And there is a Victoria Gardens that's there. Probably hands down one of the most beautiful places I have ever been in my whole life. I've been a lot of places in my lifetime, and natural beauty, one of the most beautiful places I've ever been is Yosemite, California. And the reason I say the differences between natural beauty is that's a place that's natural and it's been formed over millions of years, and it's something absolutely incredible, which you have to also see as well. The reason I say Victoria Gardens is not natural is because it's, it's all human planted. It's a human planted garden, and it is spectacular, absolutely spectacular. You've never seen so many colors in your life. You can't buy a pixelated camera good enough to be able to capture what you see with your own eyes. I, I don't think it's Butch Art Gardens. I don't know that I've ever been to Butch Art Gardens. Let me check it out and see where that's at. I've heard of it. I know I've heard of it. Oh, it says Brentwood Bay, British Columbia. No, it's Victoria Gardens. I mean, I've never been to the other one. Huh, weird. It's not showing up. Victoria Gardens, Canada? Oh, it does say Butch Art Gardens. I didn't know that's what it was called. I thought it was just Victoria Gardens. Victorian Garden? Well, seems that I don't really know what the hell I'm talking about. 5 great gardens around Victoria. Let me check and see. I'll look at the pictures here real quick and see if that's what it is. Because if it is, apparently I have been there and I didn't even know that was the name of it. I just thought it was the Victoria Gardens. Oh yeah, that's definitely it. Yep, that's it. You got to go see the Butch Art Gardens. You will never see anything like that in your life ever again. And the sad part about it is you can't get a camera good enough to be able to take back those images. Even the images that you say, so all the online images that you see. Oh, does it say it's closed because of COVID-19? All the pictures that you can possibly get from there will never even come close to what it looks like in real life. Not even close. Might as well hit Vancouver while you're up there. I haven't been to Victoria, but Vancouver is beautiful and fun. I would agree. Honestly, I'd like to go up there. I can't believe I didn't know. I mean, I've heard of the Butch Art Gardens before, but I didn't realize that that's where I was at. That's so silly of me. I thought it was just the Victorian Gardens. It's kind of interesting that I didn't know that. 55 acres of gardens, open year round. The beautiful thing about Victoria, Canada, is that they have this like amazing weather. In fact, it's probably one of the best places you could possibly live in the world because they have this average climate. It's like living in San Diego. It's the San Diego of Canada, where their climate is just absolutely perfect, like year round. And so that's what allows them to be able to have such a beautiful grounds. Yeah, these are amazing pictures. If you go there, it's like 100 times better than what you're seeing in these pictures. If the world were to end, like if I was to wake up tomorrow and everybody in the world was gone, it was just me left, that's where I'd probably go to hang out. Just saying. I'd go there and I'd hang out for as long. I have a black thumb when it comes to trying to keep plants alive. It does not work for me. I just can't. I can't keep plants alive, and so I would go and I'd hang out there until everything died. I'd just try to enjoy it as long as I could. I kept one thing alive once, a cactus. I had a little cactus, and the only reason I could keep it alive is because I couldn't remember to water it, and so it stayed alive. And then we moved from Virginia to, this is when I was a kid. We moved from Virginia to California, and I don't know what happened to it in the move. Disappeared. Well, we went right through that box, didn't break out. I wouldn't say that we technically broke out of the ascending parallel path, but it hasn't really pushed through 51.12 yet either. So I mean, it could just consolidate some more here before breaking out. We'll see what happens. I feel like it's slowing down quite a bit, the volume though. It doesn't really appear like it. I mean, it is at the lowest. We're under 230 now, which is our target for 100 million shares for the day. I'm actually like really surprised that I didn't know that was the name. Like I can't believe I didn't know that was the Butch Art Gardens that I went to. I knew it instantly when I saw it though. I was like, yeah, that's it. Mm. Somebody posted Astro was sleeping through his live stream. Dude, it's happened to me before. I don't know if you guys have ever caught it or not. It hasn't happened lately, but it used to happen later in the later half of the day when we had like those really slow days. You may not have noticed, but my eyes would like close and I'd like slowly start to sink forward a little bit. It's not easy doing this, guys. It really isn't. You know, putting in 9 hours talking nonstop, and I don't even know if he's doing it that long or not, but it's not easy. All right. Well, it looks like it consolidated right down to the very end of this 51.12 and is now deciding to break out possibly here. Yep, they're up to about 1 million shares traded. I haven't been watching it. You guys see the Ortex data next to my picture right here? No, other way, right here. Yeah, I don't see that information, so you guys are seeing it and I'm not. As well as the way on the far side underneath my logo, I've got the Stonko tracker shares available to borrow, along with the ETFs. And yeah, I don't see that unless I've got OBS pulled up on the other screen. So if you guys see something crazy happen over there, let me know. The fact that they're borrowing more shares today does mean that the estimated short share interest of the free float is going to go up, and I think it was like 18.3 earlier this morning. So we're definitely seeing that happening. It's going up. Gosh, I can't wait to remove this beard. Can we squeeze already? That's like my number one reason. Like out of anything that I could possibly want right now, more than anything, I want to see the squeeze so I can shave this beard off. Who saw the Cowboys game last night? Was it good? Who did they play? I don't even know. I don't even know who they played. I don't watch too much football. I do like hearing about it, but I don't watch it too much. Yep, here we go. Here's the breakout. Here. Okay, so the question now is how far is this going to go down? I mean, volume's really dropped off. It's down to like 100,000. I mean, that's actually really not that bad. It may not be able to go down very far with volume as high as it is. The Tampa Bay Bucks. Are they still in Tampa Bay? I don't even know where teams are anymore. You know, I used to really be into football back in the 90s. And I don't know, for some reason it didn't stick with me, I guess. Some of the teams moved. I grew up in San Diego. That's where I went to high school, is San Diego area. And the fact that the San Diego Chargers are no longer the San Diego Chargers and they're the Las Vegas Chargers, it's that kind of stuff that I don't know. As a fan, it just turns you off. I used to be really big into baseball in the late 80s and yeah, it was the mid to late 80s, right up until they had the baseball strike, and probably I think it was 1990 or 1991? I don't remember the year of the strike for baseball, but when the strike happened, I had loved baseball for most of my life, and that turned me so sour to baseball, and I just never watched it again. I just kind of was like, man, I mean, I feel for the players. I understand the fact that they want more money and stuff, and I feel like that the stadiums and the owners can afford to pay them more, and they should. Um, but for me, I'm all about the love of the game, and if you paid me $1 million, I would play any sport. And so I felt like it was like they were being disingenuous to. I know that's such a hot topic, but I felt like they were being disingenuous to the sport. Argue your contracts. I'm okay with that. Argue your contracts, but still go out and put on the game. Still put your show, get your show on, irregardless of what you're getting paid. Because I mean that's what you do. I know there's a lot more to it, but than just that. But that was kind of like the pivotal point for me where I kind of turned off from professional sports, and I said, you know what, I'd rather support colleges. And then I started realizing how corrupt those were, and I was like, okay, let's move it on down to high schools. And now I'm learning how bad the high schools are, especially here in Texas. It's really bad. You got to buy at 50. I still got a chunk left. I still got a chunk left, and I'm deciding. I don't know where I'm going to put it in at. Um, I want it to be impactful, though. I want it to be really impactful. I wouldn't worry about it too much, Grim. I think you do you. You do you. You do what you think is right. That's what I think. And no offense, I'm going to take your admin rights away, but that's just because after what happened with my mom yesterday. were you were you here yesterday when my mom did what she did? Oh my gosh. So she was walking around. I gave my mom admin rights because I think she wanted to post a link one time, or I don't remember what the reason was, but I gave her admin rights. And yesterday she was walking around with her phone, and apparently she was listening to the show, and and she was carrying something, and I guess somehow she managed to get her phone to delete like half of our conversations, and then she silenced like two people and banned one person from the from the show. I was just like, Mom, what are you doing? I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, that was quick. Duncan says, no money to use at the moment, waiting for the sell order on my kid to go through. $50 seems like a battleground for this week, at least. I see what you're saying. $50 for the end of this week. Hmm. Oh, you know what I forgot to do, guys? I forgot to adjust everybody's prices for their price predictions. I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to do that. And well, all right, let me try it real quick. I'm from 53 to 55. Actually, that's where I think the battlegrounds for 53 today. So let me move some of these numbers around here. I gotta unlock all these real fast. I'm gonna have to do this really quick, guys. I see you're writing stuff onto the side, but if I'm gonna get this done before I do the next hourly technical analysis, I gotta focus. Give me just 1 second. Wait, what did I say? 50. I'm 53 to 55. I feel like we're missing some people that have been here in the past. I feel a little bad. I hope everything's okay. I hope that I didn't offend somebody. You know, Mark's gone. Mark was here. I don't remember his last name. Mark something or other. I haven't seen Mark in a while. That guy, he found some of the best DD I've seen in a long time. That article that I posted. It's it was written back in like 2014 or something like that. That was an incredible article. Basically outlined everything that we're going through. So I'm 53 to 55. Next we have this is John. John's coming at 47 to 50. So John would agree with you, Grim. And John's gotten the price prediction right every single day this week. So you might be right on a fight for 50. Although that is the top end of his numbers. How much? 47. Duh. It's $3. Duncan's lower is 51.2. I grabbed the wrong one. Oh well. 51.2 to 53.2. 54.2. See, I can't math today, guys. It's bad. My head's not in it. We got John. Now we just got Eric's. Eric is at 48.5 to 51.5. That one's already at 48.5, so I'll just move this one. I have a feeling Eric's going to get it today. I think John's going to miss it. I think we're going to come in over 50 for sure. But I think Duncan and I are going to be a little bit too low. Or too high, I mean. 52.37. 52. No, he's got 51.5. Watch us end the day. Oh no, that Eric would still hit that. You get $3, Graham. So 48 to 51. Is that what you mean, or do you mean, or would you? Yeah, I think that would probably be a better spread for you. You get $3 spread, so it's 48 to 51. Well, she did. Fortunately, I was able to fix what she had done. It was Crazy Pepe and was it Chad? I can't remember who the other person was. Chico. It was Chico. Chico and Crazy Pepe. She had silenced one of them and then I think banned one of them. It was kind of funny. I was able to fix everything, so it's all good now. Okay, so I've got all the price predictions in there, and it was right on time. It is now 10 o'clock, so let me take you guys over the stats page. We'll go ahead and refresh everything. Holy moly, that looks bad. Let's fix the options first before I start reading off bad data. We're going to drop it down to about $40, I think. That should give you guys a pretty good idea of what it's looking like. Man. All right, almost done here. No, it wasn't by it was an accident, crazy. Crazy Pepe, it was an accident. You got silenced yesterday. Actually, you got I think you might have been put on like a 300-second or 500-second like temporary ban. It was kind of it was funny. It was I guess apparently you didn't even know. That's why I was asking if you guys were still here when I fixed it yesterday. So, but yeah, it was chaos for me for a minute. I was like, what the heck just happened? All right. Taking a look at what we got going on here, guys. Dark pools, we're currently at 56.59% traded in the dark pool for today. That's going to read on Stonko Tracker tomorrow, probably right around 59 to 60%. Borrowed change, we're at 1.05 million shares borrowed. That is up from the last hour of 149,000. So yeah, they borrowed a significant chunk since the last hour. So that's going to cause the estimated current short share interest of the free float to go up to 18.52%. Moving over to the moving over to, I see what you're writing, crazy. Yeah, moving over to the options on the call side over here. Let's see, our highest level of volume. Oh wow, we're almost getting up to 51 now. There's enough support to where it's almost the highest level of volume is almost 51. It's 45.7. So that's up from 29.3 at 50 strike price to in volume to 45.7. 29.3 to 45.7. On the put side, it was 48 bucks earlier, but it looked like it might be changing, and it did change. It did. Wow, it changed up to 50 bucks. The strike price matches the current amount of volume is matching at $50 on both the puts and the calls. The highest level of volume currently at 17.3. It was 8.8 earlier at $48. And now it's moved up to 50. There is no spread. There is no spread in volume between a call of 50 and a put of 50. Grim, your prediction right there may be really smack on. I mean, that to me right there almost solidifies the idea that there's going to be a fight over 50 today. Need more water. Okay, let's see. Nothing like taking a ground pound of ice to the face in one of your cups. Yeah, that's definitely. I mean, there is a huge spread though. I mean, it's almost it's more than it's about a 3-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts in volume. So the puts or the calls are winning right now. So I would imagine it's going to be over 50. How much is the question? So taking a look at some of the other data on Fidelity. Oh, hold on a second. Okay, what we got here is orders on Fidelity, the highest number one trending stock, AMC. We do have more sells than we have buys currently. 45% buys to 55% sales, which is really strange to me. We've been seeing this for a little bit here. If I had to guess, this is just a guesstimate, guys. I think we had a lot of people buy in between $45 and $50 several months ago, back in June, when this thing was taking off. And if it were my guess, I think you've got a lot of people who are just paper handing right now. They're like, I will take a $1, I will take a $1 win, or a $2 or $3 win, and just walk away from this. They can't stomach this. It's okay. Do not think that this is bad. 45% buys to 55% sells is nothing. This is a drop in the bucket. We have nothing to worry about as far as sell-offs on shares. But legitimately, there are more people selling right now than there are buying. So what we don't see is the order size. This is only based on the amount of orders. So that would be my guess, is you probably have small orders that are probably selling off and large orders that are buying. That would be my guess. Is it going to impact the amount that we can move up in price? Probably a little bit, but it's not going to be a deal buster. Advancers over decliners. 2,717 advancers to 3,713 decliners. The Nasdaq is up 0.01. Dow Jones is down 0.37%. S&P 500 down 0.22%. The market is definitely declining. Robinhood is down 0.87%. Amazon is down 0.03%. Cinemark is down 2.31%. Dogecoin is down 6.44%. GME is down 3.33%, and we are up 4.4, and something like that percent. We never got our Margaret Thatcher. I mean, it looked like it. It looked like we were starting to get it, and it didn't really form. What I am seeing is an ascending parallel channel again. It's less of an increase than it was from earlier. Let's draw it out. So the typical squeeze outs, right? Somewhere around here. So we want to avoid that box. Another possible squeeze out here. But when it breaks out of this channel, ascending parallel channel, it's going to be, this is a bearish. My brain mixes those up all the time. This is a bearish indicator. When it breaks out, it's going to break out going down. It broke out earlier. The channel was a steeper incline channel earlier, and this is the breakout right here. But now we're just on less of an incline of a channel, which means we're moving slower, as can be reflected in volume. You can see volume really kind of ticking off here. Today's not the day. Today is not the day. Doesn't mean that we're not going to have a good increase, but today is just not the day. I feel like this is the moment where in the movie The Matrix, I'm trying to think of what her name was. Oh, the old lady that told Neo that he wasn't the one. Was she the? I want to call her the gatekeeper or something like that. I gotta look it up. I can't believe. Oh, the Oracle. Why can't I remember this? This is so dumb of me. I can't remember the Oracle. Come on. I love that movie so much. And did you guys see the? They just came out with the trailer for the new Matrix movie. Oh my gosh, I watched it last night. I was just like, holy crap, yes. Looks like we're actually breaking out of the channel right now, which is pretty odd. Normally I see it's kind of squeeze down into these points and then break out. I can't really predict when it's going to break out. Typically speaking, it's usually during some kind of level of, I mean, you can see it right here. I'll draw a horizontal line. You can see that there's some kind of level of resistance right here. You can see due to the multiple points that have touched here. You've got at least these 2 points right here. So there was some kind of level of resistance that I just don't have drawn out. So, if I drew a box into this one, I still wouldn't have hit it because I would have drawn the box something like this probably. So, I don't know. It just broke out early. I can't nail everything right on. And how far it breaks down. I mean, with volume ticking off here and only hitting, well, I say only, but it's actually really high volume. With high volume like this, we're probably not even going to go past 50, 50 and a half, or 50, 50.05. So it looks like, I'll tell you what worries me a little bit. Because you can see, actually it's not a worry at all. This is actually really positive. Check this out. Descending parallel channel. We'll probably bounce off again, go in the opposite direction on this one. Rectangle right here. That's probably too close. Somewhere right around there. So 50 holds. If 50 is our new holding point, this is where you're going to see this consolidate. It's going to move down this channel here, consolidate. Anytime I ever draw out ascending parallel channels and then followed by descending parallel channels, I know that there's got to be some other formation that's starting to occur in all this, so that I pull out to like a 30-minute and I try to look for something more, something else is happening. I guess maybe that's the best way to put it. That's probably too far out. 5 minutes. Let's try that. It really is starting. I mean, even though we said the Margaret Thatcher was done on a 5-minute interval, that cup formation is still a possibility in here. Although I would expect us to break out going up here, in which case we might have this like absolutely giant Margaret Thatcher driving us back down. Eeh, I hope that doesn't form. I mean, I almost want to just draw a pennant here. Like this. Ah, come on. Not my day. Not like this. Yeah, see, so this is almost like double confirmation. So we have a descending parallel channel, and if you use the same line right up at the top here as a wedge, you basically see this consolidating down into the box. I'm gonna actually move the box just slightly back. I'll probably break out there. On a wedge pattern, you don't know if it's going to go up or down. On a descending parallel channel, it should be a signal that it's going to go back up in price. However, RSI I would imagine is pretty high right now. Yeah, 68.46 on a 1 hour. On a 30-minute, it's currently at 6.856, and on 5 minutes at just about even at 53.36. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Yeah, the Oracle. I feel like the Oracle right now. Like I'm telling you, this is not the one, but it really is the one. It's not the one. You're not the one. But you know what I'm already going to say. There's the breakout going up. So the descending parallel channel held up. It broke out a little bit, like about a minute before what I would have expected. But in all actuality, what this really looks to me is just like a giant wedge still. So anytime you see like a bunch of wedges just drawing out further and further and further, we actually had something very similar to that happening yesterday. Let me see if I can find that time frame. I think it might have been here somewhere. I think we had a bunch of different wedges that happened, and it just kept driving up and out of the wedge. You drew a wedge here. There's like a wedge here. It drove up. Drew another wedge, drove up some more. There was a bunch of wedges that I was drawing yesterday, and it kept breaking out of them. It is getting close to break time for me, guys. I'm going to take a break for about 40 minutes here in about 3 minutes. I like what I'm seeing. It looks really good. Yeah, I'll tell you what, break time couldn't come up fast enough. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm like all sitting here like swinging back and forth. Woo, I gotta go. Let's take a look at Fintel real quick. I keep forgetting to look at that all the time. You know what? No new data on Fintel still for AMC. Not seeing any new filings at all. Nothing new on. Nope, I take that back. There is something new on Citadel. We'll just take a look at it real quick before I go. It looks like another SPAC, Star Peak Corporation. Holy moly, 1.065 million shares that they purchased through this. Let's look it up. Star Peak Corp 2. Is it going to be a Grand Cayman Island, or I think it's just Cayman Island blank checks back. Let's see, I got to put SEC in here. How much you want to bet? Nope, it's not. It's Delaware. Primarily in the business of food and kindred products. Okay. Well, it's not. At least it's not one of the shady SPACs that they get into out of the Cayman Islands. Food and kindred products. Huh. Yeah. Anyways, good times. I like looking for their dirt. Am I missing anything, guys? Let's see. I gotta give you back your information, and then take my my camera off, and I will see you guys back here in 40 minutes. See you guys later. Okay, guys, I am back. Graham, I actually got you in for 52 to 55 because you get a $3 price difference. Sounds like the trash truck's here. One, two, three, 4, 5. I was about 6 minutes off on that breakout. Excuse me. I mean, it's just more more wedges, guys. Oops, that is not the wedge. You know, based on what I'm seeing here. And so far, most of the time they break out going up. Yeah, I mean, it's just consolidation. That's all it is. It's just consolidation periods. I'll maybe go back a couple minutes here just in case I want to try and catch it more accurately. Since they are breaking out a little early on these. All right, guys, gonna move into taking a look at what's going on with our stock. It does look like they've returned some shares. Let's update some screens here. All right. Currently, it looks like 56.86% is being traded into the dark pools right over here. And that's going to show up at about 59 to 60, probably 60% in the dark pools on Stonko Tracker for tomorrow. Earlier, we were at 1.05 million shares. An hour ago, we were at 1.05 million shares traded for the day. That has dropped down to a return of about 47.6 thousand. That means that our percentage of the free float has dropped. Yep, it sure has. Estimated current short share interest of the free float is down to 18.35. That was 18.5 earlier. And let's look at our highest levels of volume. I do want to note that our it's really interesting. Yes, the Oracle is the one. Graham, you're correct. You might be behind. You might want to hit live. I think Grim's a little behind right now. He's talking from an hour ago. Oh, or maybe he's just commenting on the stuff that he had to catch up on while I was gone. But yeah, that was a sick trailer. In fact, I might even just pull it up here and watch it together with you guys again. That is epic. If one of my favorite all-time movies is probably that one. It's at least in my top 5. And I really just can't wait to see the new way that they're taking this. It's pretty incredible. Looking back at the volume. Let's see here. Our highest level of volume on the calls and puts was yesterday. It was like 45 to 50. Then this morning it was 48 to 50. like later on, like in the last hour, the strike price for the highest level of volume for calls and puts is the same number, 50. Let's see if it holds true to right now. Highest level of volume currently still 50 for the calls with 54.5. That is up from 23.6. This is about how much volume we see in the entire day, and we're only 2.5 hours into the day today. 54.5. That's pretty high. Okay, the puts. Highest level of volume, 50. It's up from 16.4 in volume to 24.8. Oh, shoot. You know what? I just read you wrong numbers. I apologize. It wasn't 16.4 in volume. It was 17.3 volume in the last hour, not 16.4. 16.4 is how much there is in open interest currently at a $46 strike price. Let's see here. 24.8. It was 17.3 earlier, and now it's up to 24.8. My bad. Sorry. So 48. That's real close to a 2-to-1 ratio. Really, really close. But yes, Grim, I do have you in for, and I'll type it in here. I've got you down for, Grim, I got you down for 52 to 55. Because you're allowed $3. All right, moving on to some of our data here, other data. I'll take you back to the main page. And AMC is currently running #1 on highest trending stocks. We are showing more sellers than buyers, 44% buys over 56% sells. GME slipped from first. They had gone down to 13th and then recovered to 11th, and they're still not on the front page here. They're sitting at 12th, so they're kind of averaging out now. Sitting at 12th, which is kind of odd here. I'm looking at the total buy orders. Oh, you know what it is? Okay, so I was looking at the total amount of buy orders, and saying like, hey, they should be higher up the list here. But if you'll notice, some of the more popular ones that are beating them out, like Tesla, SPRT, ATER, those all have high sell orders, which is the reason why they're not more. In all honesty, if they're running a buy order list higher than some of these others, I think they should be in like the 5th or 6th place spot here, maybe 6th. Anyways, GameStop has 68% buys to 32% sales. Advancers to decliners. The market's it's more declining than it is advancing. Advancers 3,117 to decliners of 3,395. NASDAQ is down 0.06%. Dow Jones is down 0.2%, and the S&P 500 down 0.15%. Taking a look at actual stocks that I have on my list here, Robinhood is at negative 0.34%, Amazon 0.03%, Cinemark is down 2%, Doge down 5.16%, GME down 3.12%. Us and Amazon are the only ones that are up. We're up almost 5.3. Looks like it's getting ready to break out of this wedge right here, right now. We have 57.83 million shares traded so far. We'll take a look at that real quick here in a second. We have a 39-point spread between the outflow and the inflow with only a 5% increase in price. I would, with that much of a difference in inflow versus outflow, I would expect to see that much higher. I can tell you right now that based on what I'm seeing on dark pools, the reason that this inflow number is so high is because we're trading about 4 or 5% less into the lit market right now, which would explain why this number is so much higher than we would normally see it, and only representing about a 5% increase in share price. Volume, you can see it definitely ticking off here. This is This is the dead zone area. You know, 10 a.m. Is usually when it starts dropping, right around this time right here. No, I'm sorry, back here. 10 a.m. Where is it? Right back here is typically when volume starts to drop. Yep, there it is. It drops off pretty decently. Had a little spike back up at around 10:30ish, and then dropped back off about 10:45, and then just a steady decline ever since. So, what are we on for a pace for volume? We'll just call an even 58 divided by 160. We'll just call it 160 times 390. We're on a pace for 141 million shares traded for the day today. My target was 120 to 150. We're not going to hit my target. I can tell you right now, just based on where we're trading at, that we took a significant dump. We were trading at like 230 million shares a while ago on average, and it dropped from, like, in the last hour, dropped almost 100,000 shares average for the day. If it continues to steep off like this, we'll be lucky to hit probably 100 million, which upsets me a little because I think I had originally put something like I think I might have put 100 to 120 originally. I don't know. I can't remember if I put 100 to 120 originally, or if I put 110 to 130. I might have put 110 to 130 and then decided to up it to 120 to 150. So yeah, we're gonna fall underneath it, I'm pretty sure, unless something happens that, you know, I mean, we could have a big push post. I consider this hour the hedge fund hour. We typically see volume fall off the most, and this is where they really start to try and drive the price down during this period of time from 11 to 12 my time, which is the lunch hour period for the East Coast time. I never got more water. Dang it. So yeah, this is where we're going to start seeing it getting impacted. Let's look at our RSI. RSI is currently running at 72.66 on a 1 hour, so it is way high. This is, so a correction would be in order. On a 30-minute interval, we're currently at an RSI of 71.57. That's high. Extremely high. 5 million, not extremely high. It's high. A 5-minute interval is showing at 59.96, so that's actually the least worst of them all. But yeah, I see a downtrend coming here, or more consolidation for a long period of time. Consolidation in terms of like like 2 more hours. 2 more hours of the same stuff that we've seen right now, if we're going to hold the price that we're at. I don't know if this can sustain 2 hours, two more hours. Basically, that would be this chunk right here done over. I don't know if we can sustain that much. We'll see volume hit really low at some point if that's the case. And if it does continue to drive upwards, that's going to be insane. That's what it's doing. It's breaking out, so I even moved my box further back a little bit because I thought, well, I was 6 minutes off the last time. It looks like I'm going to be about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes off this time. And I even moved it back some. All right, I'm going to go ahead and delete this. I'm getting blown up with text here. I got to look at my text. Let me check it out real quick. Let me see what's being said. Okay. Let's see what you put in here. That's what I meant, 5201 to 5499. Gotcha. All right. There's always power hour. I think it depends on how close we are. Yeah, I mean, power hour is really where it saves us, right? We really do start to see volume pick up around, I want to say around the last 2 hours of each day. I mean, you can go back and look at it. It's pretty simple to see. If you look at like yesterday's volume, it picked up around, yeah, the last 2 hours right there. You can go to the day before and look at it. If my computer, holy crap, my computer sucks. I think it's Weeble. But yeah, I mean, you can go to any specific day and you can look at volume, and it usually starts to pick up right here. It was, looks like it was only about an hour and a half early. Here, volume actually kind of stayed the same almost right up until the very end. But yeah, I mean, usually 2 hours. 2 hours before is when you start to see some upticks. Here's a good one right here. It starts about 2 hours before. Another one where it starts about 2 hours before. Yeah. So volume does usually start heading back up, into the last 2 hours of the day, but you don't typically really see the price. The price doesn't really start to jump up till right around the end of the day. There was something I wanted to take a look at. Let me think if I can jog my memory as to what it was. I mean, this is still, I mean, it's just, I could keep drawing these wedges further and further and further out. And I'm not going to. I would just look at these two prices, 50.05 and 51.87. We need to break 51.87. We're not moving anywhere until we start breaking 51.87. This thing is just going to consolidate between those two numbers, and it's just gonna keep ticking around until we see like some kind of really big breakout. And if that means that volume has to drop off to nothingness, it will do that. It will drop down to basically almost nothing, and then all of a sudden you'll just see the price swing one direction or the other. So that's what we're looking for right now. I can't possibly predict when that's going to happen. I do see what could be the formation or something that's forming to look like a bullish indicator, where you get something a little bit like this. And so I'm drawing this like way in advance because I don't even have two touch points at the top, but your touch points would basically kind of be this line that goes across the top here. Right, and so this would be your bullish. I'm kind of, this is forecasting, guys. Just, keep that in mind. I don't have accurate technical analysis that supports this movement, but it does seem that we're kind of building up along a path here. So we'd see, and ironically enough, the breakout would be 2 hours before the end of the day. Yep, 1400. So, I mean, we'll see if we'll touch at the top here. If we do touch at 51.87, we'll likely bounce off of that and then kind of do some more consolidation through the rest of the day, and then have the breakout towards the end of the day today. That'd be my best guess. Are you guys pumped for 1 o'clock? Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is the same exact pattern that we saw over the last 11 days that's forming on an intraday scale. So we'll see what happens here. Are you guys pumped? Are you pumped up for the 1 o'clock MOASS? Identify the backside of the MOASS. Boy, I'm going to be way off on volume prediction today. Way off. I mean, if it does consolidate all the way up to, 2 hours before, I don't think that I mean, it would have to be a massive breakout, just absolutely massive. The amount of breakout that we had, I'm going to go back to the 1 hour chart just because I want to look at I almost wish that I would have kept the, I could draw it back out again, but the breakout that we had from 51, I'm going to draw it again. I'm drawing it again, guys. Give me just a second here. I want to draw this back out. I'll draw the top portion first. That's close enough. Ah, dang it. I love it when things don't cooperate. All right, and I'm just drawing this because I wanted to see. So I originally had a box on all of today and part of Monday, so it looked a little bit. I think it was all of today. I think my box looked a little something like this on the breakout. No, oh wait, today's not there. Sorry. I think that's what it looked like. Let me see. Let me sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is what I had drawn out before, so I just redrew it. But the reason that I'm drawing this out is because on a 12-day run, bullish run like this, on a triangle pattern, I would have expected something way higher than our 50. We were looking to break 50.80, or sorry, 48.33, and we're only at 50. Well, let me just think about that for a second. It was 48.30. Let me do some quick math. I know you guys are typing messages. Let me think first here. 48.30. What was the bottom? The bottom of this pattern was 36.28. I would have expected $6 on a 48.30. That would put us at 54.3, which actually happens to be exactly where $54.3 is exactly where I thought we were going to end the day today. I thought we would spike up to 60, have a correction, and fall back down to $54 by the end of today. That's not how it's turning out, which is fine, but I would have expected at least a $54, at least a $54 increase in price from that breakout over a 12-day pattern. And of course, part of the thing is that we're not through the complete. I mean, we're not through the complete cloud that I drew either, right? So if I take this back out and zoom in on this just a little bit here, what you can see is that actually this isn't right either. The cloud was back here. The breakout was supposed to be today or after market hours or half of Monday. the beginning hours of Monday. I think I'm pretty sure that's where it was supposed to be. So we broke out a little bit. We broke out like basically right at the beginning of the cloud, but the cloud doesn't really end until back here, which to me, I would say that like, we have between all of today and half of Monday to hit that $54 price that I'm thinking about. So we might not actually hit 54 today. We might actually just kind of creep our way up to, say $52 and then climb through 54 part of Monday as well. Yeah, that's what I'm going with. But inside that box, this is intraday though. Intraday, this is where we're looking like, and we just broke the top here at 51.70. So I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Apparently, I don't know. It could just be a slight breakout. Maybe there's gonna be a pullback here. This is a bullish pattern though. I mean, it is supposed to break out the top. Normally we test it 2-3 times maybe before breaking out. Trey says 4. And we're not truly out of it yet. The full candlesticks aren't out. All right, let me see what you guys are writing. Yeah, breakout. I don't know. It's not really a breakout yet. I mean, I'm doing an intraday pattern, right? So on a 1-minute scale. So you have to see a full candle up and above the line, and the line's sitting there at about 51.60, and there's not a single candlestick out yet. So it may have just been a test. I would imagine that there's going to be a little bit of a pullback. Yeah, yeah. Let's pull up Bollinger real quick here. Yeah, yeah. A little bit of abnormal numbers happening here. They're above the standard deviation. So there's going to be a little bit of a pullback. It'll probably make it back down to about the moving average. It could go as low as 51.12. This isn't the moving average, it's the exponential moving average. Not quite a breakout. Close. Very close. It was a I want to say it was a bull trap, but I think that actually technically is a bull trap. Two ascending candlesticks fall. Actually, I think there might have. I think in order for it to be a bull trap, you would have had to have. Let me look that up real quick because I always get the. Bull trap, false breakout, traps, longs. It breaks the range. Let me go back here. This might be a little more technical than I thought. A bull trap. All right, so I'm going to Investopedia just because I want to make sure. A bull trap occurs when a trader or investor buys a security that breaks out above a resistance level. It was breaking out of a resistance level. Resistance would have been the 51.60. While many breakouts are followed by strong moves higher, the security may quickly reverse direction. These are known as bull traps because traders and investors who bought the breakout are trapped in the trade. From a psychological standpoint, I want to see what it looks like. What does a bull trap look like? Oh yeah, I remember looking this up before. I hate these definitions. I mean, it leaves it really open and vague. Bull traps occur when buyers fail to support a rally above a breakout level. Right? I mean, that's essentially what this is right here. But that's such a loose term, though. Traders and investors can lower the frequency of bull traps by seeking confirmation following a breakout through technical indicators and/or pattern divergences. A bull trap denotes a reversal that forces market participants on the wrong side of a price action to exit positions with unexpected losses. I mean, I don't think anybody's like literally buying on this, anticipating this to like. I mean, I guess people could have seen the breakout happening right here. I mean, maybe start buying, and then all of a sudden it started going down on them. It would have to be day traders. Speaking of day traders, let's take a look at the Ishimoto cloud on a 1 hour. I do want to see where we're at on support for day traders right now. I'm going to take away my drawings. Okay. So typically speaking, this would have been a great buying point right about here for a day trader. They would have stayed in. Once this tested right here on the conversion line, that may have been an indicator to try and sell, although I do believe that they trade off the base. They probably would have sat there and watched it really closely. So the fact that we're moving well up above the conversion line and well above the baseline, and our lagging indicator is not touching here, our day traders are still here supporting. I guarantee there's still day traders that are popping in here for some gains, because we're definitely above the cloud right now. I wonder what it looks like on a 3 hour. Oh, maybe it was 4 hours. We'll do 2. I thought it was 3. Yeah, it's still well above. What's 4 look like? Yeah. I guarantee you we had day traders popping in massively starting at the end of the day yesterday. Guaranteed. This thing is just completely reeks of strong movement upwards. And I'll let you guys know. We'll take a look at that later. We'll see. You know, at some point when the price does start falling back down, we'll take a look at it and see what you know, how whether or not the day traders are going to start exiting their positions, and it's going to happen. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to say. I would imagine that at some point they're gonna. I mean, did they start returning? I don't have the data up. You guys do. We're real low on borrowed change, and the fact that they're returning shares. There's plenty of shares to borrow. Let's refresh those real quick and see if that's actually holding true. Yeah, they started borrowing shares. So the question is they've started borrowing shares, and it's saying that estimated current short share interest is up to 18.46. Where are they going to put the shares? Are they? I don't think that they're using to cover failure to delivers at this point. So we could be looking at like a half mil share attack down on the price. For later on in the day. You know, they could try to you know, most of the time they would start at about 1500 East Coast time. That would probably be the down attack. So maybe we break out of this heading up to 5187. Testing 5187 on the breakout, and then they start pumping it back down, trying to get it down to 5112. And then the apes kick in the last 15 or 30 minutes of the day. I gotta get this on target here. There we go. It snapped into place. Close enough. Yeah, we didn't quite make it out there. It was close. I got money says this breaks past 51.12 on the drop down here. Who wants to bet a beer? I'm betting a beer. Drops past 51.12 on this way down here and goes down and tests this this lower level down here, maybe somewhere around like 50 bucks. What is this, 50.88? Somewhere around there. Any takers? Wow, inflow versus outflow. So high today. We're already at 600. Okay, I can feel my temperature skyrocketing here a little bit, guys. I'm getting the chills. I'm going to go grab some water real quick, take my temperature, see if it's time for medication. Crazy Pepe's like, no bet from me. That's all right, man. We're going to get together. We're going to have beers anyways. Doesn't matter. Yep, temperature 100.6. Time for Tylenol. Gonna pop 1,000 milligrams. Ugh. I hate taking pills. All right, let's look at news. No. I feel like doing something completely different. I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna pull up the Matrix trailer. So if you guys hate seeing trailers, I'm gonna pull it up here. I wanna watch it. I'll make it small on the screen. So turn down your volume if you hate trailers. My wife hates trailers. She absolutely hates them. She feels like it takes away from like the movie experience. She feels like they play so much in the trailers nowadays that it just ruins um, the movie just because there's so much information that's released. So if that's you, mute this. It's let's see how long is it. I think it's like a minute or something like that. But it's really cool. Like I really love the story. They kind of outline the story. So if you haven't seen The Matrix, I don't want to ruin how the last movie ended. But this is a good watch. All right, I'm going to give you guys just a second more here, and then I'm going to play it. All right, here we go.
Thomas? You seem particularly triggered right now. Can you tell me what happened?
I've had dreams that weren't just dreams.
Am I crazy? We don't use that word in here.
Hi.
Have we met?
One pill makes you larger and one pill makes you small. And the ones that mother gives you don't do anything at all. Go ask Alice when she's 10 feet tall.
Time to fly.
And if you go chasing rabbits,
If you want the truth, Neo, you're going to have to follow me.
and you know you're going to fall.
The only thing that matters to you is still here. I know it's why you're still fighting and why you will never give up. You don't know me, no?
When logic and proportion have fallen, so be dead. And the white knight is talking backwards, and the red queen's on the head. Remember what the dogma
After all these years, to be going back to where it all started. Back to the Matrix.
Oh man, I'm pumped. I can't wait to see that. That's really cool. What a way to leave off the trilogy. Well, I mean, not leave it off, but I mean, way to continue the trilogy. Holy, yes! I can't wait for that. Let's see, I got some texts here. Yeah. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah. Well, so my mom's texting me and saying, "Are you watching the volume?" And yeah, it did start to tick back up there as we approached 5170, and then it fell back down again. But here we are. Looks like I was wrong. We didn't on that move down. We didn't break past 5112, but nobody bet me the beer. I know, seriously, Crazy Pepe. I totally can't wait for that. I cannot wait for December, man. I am so pumped. I mean, I can't believe that we're already this close. This year has flown by. This year really has flown by. But man, that movie's going to be so stinking awesome. I cannot wait for that. That's one of those kind of movies where I might consider renting out the movie theater and taking family to go see it or something because um, that'll be worth it. I still haven't even seen Shang-Chi yet. Shang-Chi, the Legend of the Ten Rings. I don't even know if I'm saying it right. But yeah, that looks like a pretty good movie too. I'm not nearly as pumped for that one though. It's not even the same scale. The Matrix, I think it's Resurrections. I think that's what the title of it is. Let's see. Resurrections. Okay, here we go. Breakout. You guys should have bet me a beer. Not yet. It hasn't broken the candlestick all the way through yet. Candlestick has not broken through. I mean, it could be that 5170 is the magic number. If you guys look at the buy order screen, the buy order screen's got a couple different. See, it couldn't break through again. Tested. That's third test right there. So we got 3 testing points. No, wait, 3, 2 testing points. 2? No, it's 3. 1, 2, 3. 3 tests. According to trade, time and time again, it's 4. I'm curious how this looks on a Bollinger Band. That looks pretty normal. That looks very, very normal. No, dude, you'd be surprised, crazy. For my wife's 40th birthday party, we rented out the movie theater and it cost me like $110. I couldn't believe it. I pay 110. I have a family of well, I mean, I don't currently have a family of 7, but normally I have a family of 7. When my son left for the military, it's now a family of 6. But for 7 people, $110, I'm saving money. You know, I save money renting out the entire theater. I doubt that the price is still $110 to rent a movie theater, but I mean, if it is, I'm actually I don't know why I'm using my phone. I'll just use a computer. It hosts a private theater rental at AMC. And I did do that, by the way, at AMC when I rented out the theater. Let's see. Book now. Mm, Actually, I was gonna do a different movie, but I'll do this one. where is the spot to rent the whole? I was just on the page to rent the whole movie theater, and then it wouldn't let me. Maybe I need to pick a different time. Oh, I see what it is. All right. I'm going to scan out here a little bit. I got to go out into the future and find a date that's not sold out. There we go. And I'll pick a. Okay, so get this. Get this. What date is this? Monday, September the 20th. So basically 10 days from now. In 10 days from now, I can rent out an entire movie theater to watch Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings for $150. All I know is that, you know, if I knew those kind of things when I was younger, if I knew that it was that cheap to kind of rent out an entire movie theater, can you imagine taking a date and being like, "Oh, don't worry, I bought the whole movie theater. We can sit anywhere we want. Where do you want to sit?" I mean, that's cheap. That is cheap. $150, man. That's super cheap. I mean, I know people who spent that kind of money on a dinner on a girl before. So, yeah, $150 on an entire movie theater. That's how you impress a girl. Just saying. But yeah, we rented out AMC for my wife's 40th birthday. We actually did other stuff, but one of the way that I ended the night was I rented out the movie theater for her 40th, and we went and watched her favorite movie, Forrest Gump, at AMC, and with her and her family, and it was a lot of fun. We had a great day. It was really cool. $150. It was like 110 a few months. Actually, no. It is cheaper prices if you get an older movie. So there's plenty of movies that are on the list here. You can go through them all. But there are some movies on here that are $119 right now. So it just depends on whether you want a newer-ish movie or if you want something that's a little bit older. For example, actually you can get Space Jam: A New Legacy for 119. You can get Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone 20th anniversary for $119. I mean, I'm telling you guys, it's not bad. It's really not that bad. If you consider that if you and five other people are going to go see the movie anyways, at $15 to $20 a ticket, you might as well just rent out the whole movie theater. Get everybody pitch in, $20, take 7 people, and it's more than paid for. Take your neighbors to the movies with you. It probably did. I think you're right, Crazy. I do think the prices came down due to COVID, and I'm gonna capitalize on it. I can guarantee that. That was not the last time for my wife's 40th birthday party that I'll be renting the movie theater out. Um, if I have to wait an extra week to see The Matrix in order to rent out the entire movie theater, I'll do it, and I'll book it out as far as I have to in advance, because that will be cool. Although I have to say that seeing it with a bunch of other people would be kind of cool too, though. All right, we got our Margaret Thatcher going on here. Duncan knows what that is. It's our upside down George W. Good old Margaret Thatcher likes to push the price down. My wife would have a joke for that. $51.20. Getting real close to technicals. So it looks like we're bouncing off of 51.12. And the initial touch point was at $51.57, I believe. Let me just zoom in on, yeah, 51.57. And the first time we broke up above it was 51.70, and then the next time after that was 51.67. So I'm still using this line right here. We could probably draw it up just slightly a little bit, and but we're bouncing around those two numbers between 51.60 and 51.12. And the Margaret Thatcher. Typically speaking, when we see Margaret Thatcher, that's an incoming sign of a drop. But we have a 3-touch top here, which probably overrides that. I can't even imagine. Man, I'd have been smooth. I'd have been smooth if I was younger and I was renting out a whole movie theater to go take a girl to the movies. Oh man, you're balling. And in actuality, back in the I'm trying to remember back in the day how much $100 seemed like to me. I think it seemed like a lot, if I remember correctly. I remember I had $150. No, it was $150 Chateaubriand for two. Had no idea what I was getting into when I ordered it. The waiter just came up to the table and was like, "Would you like to try our special? It's Chateaubriand for two." And they comes with a steak and potatoes, and it has garlic sauce. And I'm like, "Yeah, sounds really good. Let's do that." And so they bring it out, and ooh, I have special wine for this particular meal. Would you like to try this? Yeah, oh yeah, man, throw on the wine too. Bill comes out. We had it's the best steak I've ever had in my whole life. Just mouth watering, most delicious thing I've ever had in my mouth ever. And then the bill comes, and it was like $200. And I was like, "Oh shit, what did I get into?" I remember $200 seeming for one meal being. I felt like I was diving into the credit card. Chateaubriand for two. Most expensive words I've ever heard for a meal in my life. Of course, I know my mom's going to text me here in a second. She's going to be like, "Well, what about those escargot that I ordered for you that one time?" So the story is I think I might have been like 8 or 10 years old. I don't know. My parents, we were living in Washington, D.C., and we went out to this fancy restaurant, and so we go out to the fancy restaurant, and I don't know, for some reason I was looking at the menu and I wanted escargot. I don't know. I don't know what went through my head. My mom told me, she's like, "You know what that is, right? It's snails." And I was like, I wanted to eat it. I don't know what I remember the situation happening. I have no idea what was going through my head or why I would even think eating snails would be something desirable to me. I just wanted it, I think, simply because my parents didn't want to order it for me. But they ended up getting it. I think they felt pressure because they were with their psychologist friends. They probably felt like they were judging them, not letting their kid try escargot. Why wouldn't you let them try escargot? And I eat escargot with this milkshake straw. Ugh. Welcome back, SKMC. Good to see you. But anyways, the escargot came, and I took one look at it. I didn't want to take a bite, and I started hiding underneath. I remember I was young. I started hiding underneath the dinner table because I just didn't even want to look at it. It smelled horrific, and they forced me to take a bite, and it's like eating dirt, slimy dirt. That's all I can remember. And I think it was loaded with butter or something, and all I remember it was like buttery, slimy dirt. I have no idea why somebody would order that. I don't know. I don't have very sophisticated taste. So if you truly do eat that SKMC, I guess more power to you, man. Whatever, whatever floats your boat, because that is some nasty stuff. Nasty. Completely the opposite of Chateaubriand for two. Completely. No comparisons. I think I'd rather eat oyster. I don't even really like oyster very much. I do like seafood. Not oysters. I went to Korea once. South Korea. Was there for about 3 weeks on business. And I ate a lot of things there that I thought I'd never eat, but, and I am not a fan of kimchi. I don't like kimchi. I don't like, if you go drinking, instead of peanuts that you might find at a lot of bars in the past, they have dried squid. And believe it or not, that dried squid isn't that bad. But it's like chewing on beef jerky, really bad beef jerky. It's got kind of a funky aftertaste, but it really goes well with beer, surprisingly. But there are some foods that they've got over there that I can't eat it. All right, guys, 12 o'clock. Let's do it. We're at 1 hour away from how to identify the backside of your MOASS. I like that title. Oh, I just blinded you guys. I apologize. I'll fix it for you. Duncan's over there. What the heck? You'd think one of these days I'd get faster at setting everything up. All right, let's do this. Nope, I'm not going to accept that. That's not right. Nasdaq, you better shape up. There she goes. All right, now we're into it. Get my notepad up here. All right, dark pools starting right here. 57% of the dark pools are traded into, or 50% of our volume is being traded into dark pools. Stonk tracker tomorrow morning will probably report about 61 to 62% based off of those numbers right now. And currently borrowed change, we're at 1.13 million shares borrowed. That is up from a return of 47,000 shares. So 1.13 million. Of course, that's going to mean that the short share interest has gone up. It has 18.54. The highest level of volume for the calls currently at 50. 51 is so close to beating it out, though. So close. All right, so $50. It was 45.7 an hour ago. It is now at 61. On the put side, an hour ago it was a strike price of 50 had the highest volume, and that is still the case. So no spread on volume for today. 32. Okay, so an hour ago it was 24.8 on the puts. It is now up to 32.9. AMC still up there. We slipped out of place from Apple. Apple is moved into the top trending traded stocks out there. GM is still not made it into the top 10. I'm not going to read it off unless it makes it into the top 10. AMC is at 43% buys to 57% sales. That is slipping more and more. I think at 60-40, I would start being a little concerned. I do expect there to be people selling. You have to remember, there's a lot of people that got in on the big upswing back in June, late May, early June. They may have gotten in for prices just slightly under where it's at right now, and they're pretty much like, I had to wait this long. I'm done. I'm not playing this game anymore, and they're out, and that's fine. They're going to miss out. Those guys, those investors are going to miss out, but it's not going to hurt us. I keep saying that every single time, and I'm going to continue to say it, and I apologize, but I'm letting you guys know. I don't know who's listening, who's not listening. I'm telling you right now. Morning, Dan. That's not going to hurt us. It's okay that there are people that are selling. We have billions of outstanding shares that are out there. Billions. That they have to cover for. I mean, just go looking at next week's option chain, and I mean, it'll tell you all the story you need to see. Advancers, 3,391 advancers to 3,174 decliners. The market is starting to turn back around towards the positive side. NASDAQ is up 0.11. Dow Jones ETF is up 0.08. S&P 500 is up 0.06. Excuse me. Robinhood is up 1.65. Amazon is up 0.39. Cinemark is down 1.13. Dogecoin is down almost 6%, 5.82. GameStop down 2.6%. I do expect them to be down until at least Monday, just based on historical trends after earning reports. And we are up 5.6%. Our inflow versus outflow, what are we looking like? 6.9. I can't do this. 35 plus 3. 38. We are up 38 point spread on the inflow versus outflow, with only a 5.5% increase in price. Pretty interesting. Let's see what kind of volume pace we're on here. So volume is starting to, well, I mean, it's starting to pick back up. I'd say if anything, it's leveled off. So if we wanted to use like the current average volumes, we're probably right around in this range in here. What is this? This right here I think would probably be a good one. We're averaging about 119 right now per minute. So we got, yeah, somewhere around there, 119, 120,000 shares per minute. But what kind of pace are we on for the day? Let's take a look. 67.12 divided by, I can't do math. 390 divided by 2 plus 20 is 215. We're on a pace for 121 million shares traded for the day today, which is just within my predictions. And I did say that I'm going to be out today. Unless volume just picks up towards the end half of the day today and it continues to stay there at really high levels, I'm going to probably be off by about 10 to maybe 20 million. So I did up my guesstimate due to some factors at the beginning of the market open today that kind of made me think I wanted to adjust based on what I thought was going to be FOMO. And FOMO did hit, but it just didn't hit as hard as I thought it would. So there's 120. My volume prediction was 120 to 150. So we're already on pace to just barely make it into the bottom side of that. But as we all know, it's gonna continue to stay down low until probably the last 2 hours of the day before it starts ticking back up again, which is another hour from now. All right, Chico. If you're out for the day, man, it's good seeing you. Thanks for stopping by. See you again next week. If you're out for good, have a great weekend. Eat, sleep, spend time with your family, and take care. Enjoy our gains for today, and look forward to next week. Absolutely look forward to next week. And I do appreciate the well wishes. I don't remember who was talking about it earlier. Don't be offended by it, but whoever was talking about, maybe it was Graham, I can't recall, about there being a possibility of this closing around or being a fight for 50 today. If it is a fight for 50 today, I'll probably that chunk that I've got waiting to get put in will probably go for that. That will be my stand. I will fight for 50. That's I think that's a good standpoint. To me, that's an 801 or a 1201. I think it sends a pretty clear message where we see as apes this heading into next week. And the thing is, a lot of these guys. When I say guys, I'm talking about hedge funds in general. A lot of these guys, they don't. I mean, they don't see a mess. They don't take this stuff personal. This is all business to them. But I think it does send a message, though. All right, Chico. All right, man. Sounds good. We'll see you close today. I have an idea what I'm going to do for a song for next Monday, and I think you guys heard it for that Matrix. That's actually a pretty good song. I don't know why I never thought of that one before. All right, what do I got here? I got about 50 minutes until I do my little presentation. I haven't had a chance to work. I didn't spend the time on my last break putting together that one page. So I think I'm going to do that real quickly. I don't see us doing a whole lot of anything other than consolidation up into this period of time that we're waiting on here. If we go to a 1 hour interval, this is one thing I didn't cover in the technicals. On a 1 hour, our RSI is still high at around 71.34, but it is coming down quite nicely. Another hour of doing this will put the RSI back underneath a point. In fact, it's coming back in right now. It'll look really good for more movement going up on a breakout. On a 30-minute interval, it is already underneath the high limit of 70 at 67.78, and a 5-minute interval, the RSI is at 48.85. So it's looking good. This is consolidation that we need. We need this consolidation in order to not be overbought and have like a big downturn. So this is the alternative to having like a big swing up and then a big swing down. Which is a nice flagpole in this. It looks like an upward swinging pennant, but that's not really what it is. It's a triangle. Pennants don't have a flat top like this. So we are indeed dropping below 51.12. So if you would have bet me a beer, I would have owed it to you earlier when I made the bet, when I would have made the bet back here. But it looked like we tested at the top, and then we finally did break out down below 51.12 here. I would expect, if we were to touch down on the bottom down here, it's going to be around 50.89 at some point in the next couple minutes before going back up again. It could be now. It could be now at 51.12. So I'm going to take just 1 minute here to modify my presentation that I'm doing here in about 45 minutes. So bear with me for just a minute. I'm going to be kind of working on this just a little bit. I used to, working in my industry, I had a lot of mentors, I guess maybe is probably the right word to use, who helped me to expand on my knowledge of how to use PowerPoint and Excel and Word. Well, I guess not so much Word, but more Excel and PowerPoint. Oh, and there was another program we used too. It was trying to remember the name of the flowchart one that we used. I can't think of the name of it off the top of my head right now. But I really owe a lot to those people. If you ever have a mentor like that, you should give them credit. The funny part though is that I don't have any I shouldn't say I don't have any. I have an educational background, but not in the sense of having a degree. I've actually got well more than what would be required to have at least a 2-year degree, but I never actually finished. And so I really appreciate the fact that people were willing to take time to teach me things that I should have probably gone to school for. Hmm. I'm almost done here, guys. It's just one little slide that I wanted to add in here. Just because I don't think that I did a really good job of... How do I delete this? It's actually what I was thinking of as I was doing this was like, I don't have those people to rely on anymore. If I couldn't figure something out, I'd just go get help. I can't do that now. Let's see what this looks like. There's got to be a way to get rid of this. Hmm. Oh, I had it set up just right. All right. Now I got to do is add pictures and I'm good to go. That's the hard part. Let's see what picture I want to give you guys first. Probably this one. Excuse the picture in the middle of the screen there. I'm going to take some snip shots here real quick so you guys can see what it is that I'm talking about. That's probably good. Okay, and then the other one is this one. Last picture, sorry. You know, I was a musician in college. I took some of my college education was in classical guitar performance, and um, at the end of the year, you have to do this performance in front. I forget there's a name for it. I can't remember what the name is. But at the end of the year, you have to do a performance in front of the heads of the department, and your entire year grade is dependent upon how well you do in your performance. Um, and so you're studying all year long, and you have to play. I believe it was two pieces that I had to play, and it's from memorization, and they have to be of a certain length, and you can't look at sheet music, so you've got to have it memorized. And in the grand scheme of things, memorizing an entire song from start to finish in a year's time, or two songs, it shouldn't be that hard. It's really not that big of a deal. But for me, it was more about the performance on a stage. I know I've told this story before, but um, getting up on that stage was so nerve-wracking because you knew your entire letter grade was going to be based off of these three individuals who are sitting there grading you. And so I get up on the stage, and it's like doing America's Got Talent or something like that, right? And so I get up on the stage, and I start to tune my guitar because that's the very first thing you want to do, right? You want to make sure it's in tune. The unfortunate thing is, back in the days, I couldn't afford a really great guitar where it would stay in tune. Like you should have a tune going in there. So because of the temperature differences between what was in the room that I was in and the room where I was at previously, there was a huge temperature difference. So if I just started playing, it would have been out of the key. I would have gotten a bad grade. So I had to tune first, and I was, you know, extremely nervous. You're not allowed to use a tuning device in order to tune because that's part of the grade. You should be able to tune your instrument without having a tuning device. And so I'm sitting there tuning the guitar, and at some point, I don't remember what it was, but I was having difficulty, and I looked up and I said, or I was tuning it, and I said, sorry, this is taking so long. Just give me a second. And the one of the directors, as I'm tuning, says, "Is that what you're going to say on stage for your performance?" It was just like, ah. Great way to go into your performance. You know, you instantly know that just hurt you. And he's, you know, I talked to him afterwards. Of course, these are guys, your professors that you talk to afterwards, and I talked to him afterwards, and he goes like, you should always, you know, have some kind of material that you prepare to say that you talk about, you know, and if you do run into something, you should have a joke to tell or a story, a funny story to tell, or something like that. And so when I sit here and I say sorry, it reminds me of what I'm not supposed to do. But yeah. Anyways. Gosh, that was so hard to do too. I hated it. Jimmy volume. Hmm. I wasn't expecting this. I'm having problems with the size of the picture. Okay, we're testing the bottom side of this at $51. I'm having a little bit of difficulty here, guys. I'm trying to figure out how to line up a picture and change the size without actually I got it. There we go. All right, so this this one slide, you guys are gonna have to bear with me going into today because it is messy in contrast to some of the other ones. However, let me just verify all my information and then I will get back to you guys here. Let's see, we're looking at the 20th is the bottom number. 20th. Okay, one more picture. Let's see, I need to get to the 29th. Oh, we surprisingly broke out low. Okay, that should do. I'm going to drag it over here just so you guys can kind of look at it. And actually, no, I'm not. I'm going to leave it. Volume is the 20th to the 27th. Okay, so now I'll just put like a couple nice little flags in here for you guys. Animations, no. Insert. All right, it's done. Saving it before I ruin it. Putting it away, and where are we at here? 12:39. You guys bared with me. Thank you. We did break out here going down. This is kind of odd. This is a bullish triangle. It shouldn't have done that. We did notice borrow rates go back up, and I'm not showing you guys the information you need. Interesting. So they borrowed more shares, quite a bit, really quickly there. It was about 1 million from the last hour, I think we borrowed a little over it was about 1.25 million shares. Hold on, guys. So basically what's happening here is it dropped down. I think this is a short ladder attack. This is to prevent this from happening. So they don't want to see a fourth touch at the top up here. This is probably, if I pull up a Bollinger, we're probably going to see this trending outside the Bollinger, and it definitely is. There's a couple of them touching out here outside the Bollinger. So some abnormal movement. Volume definitely picked up during that period of time. I think they're trying to short ladder attack this down now. The 1.25 million shares that they borrowed within the last hour are probably to try and drive the price down. They're not there for any other reason other than that. So I need to put in 51.7 into my charts. Because I do not have that value in there. I've been slacking. Okay, 51.7 is a 75.9% increase from the last low of 29.40. So we'll talk about that here in about 20 minutes, and you'll understand what I mean by last low. 51.7. If this is just an attempt to avoid this pattern, we could see it bounce off of. Well, let's figure out what a 10% drop from 51.7 is, and I'm not even gonna try. I know it's $5.1, but it's gonna be like $46 or something, right? Let's see. Yeah, 46 is 11%, so 46.5. Fine, 46.6. 46.56. 55, I mean. Yep, there we go. 46.55. $46.55 would be a 10% drop. I don't know that 1.25 million shares would be enough to drop it down that far. We should see volume picking back up if that's the case. We do see a little, I mean, it's still trending down. It's probably not going to be enough shares for them to drop at 10%. But I definitely feel like this is definitely an attempt to try and get this off the path, get this out of the range of hitting a fourth test at 51. What is it? 5160-ish. I could redraw this. All this would do is just extend the amount of time that it's going to take and pushes us out. Actually pushes us out really close to the end of the day where we normally spike up anyways. Yeah, that's all that's going to happen. It's just going to extend the amount. So the tops still exist. It just pushes out the amount of time. Let's go ahead and do that. It's going to push us out right out into the aftermarket hours. The last 15 minutes, because I do draw the box out. If you've noticed, if you've been here long enough to notice, what I do is I always draw the box in about 15 minutes from wherever the point meets, or some a point. I leave a tip in there. Don't start with me, guys. I did not mean to come out like that. I leave just the tip in, and so we break out a little bit. Nobody's even here to laugh with me. I hope you guys are laughing. Okay, so basically, yeah, this is me. This is me with the temperature here, guys. I get goofy. So basically, what's going to happen is it just kind of extends the period of time. So I'm pretty sure that the I saw you write that. I saw you write that bad back. Stop. Just stop. Stop. So essentially, what's going to happen here is that we're just going to increase in price and extend it out here. The longer that these get extended out in time, the more drastic that the price will probably swing upwards. It probably won't change the amount that it'll swing up. It'll just change how violently it does swing upwards. Okay. I'm gonna forego the. I think I'm. Well, you know what, I'm gonna forego the 1 o'clock technicals to do the um to do the how to identify your backside of the MOASS. Just because I normally break at about 1:20 and I don't want to take much longer than the 20 minutes to try and explain it. Although I'm almost positive that I will take longer than the 20 minutes. So we'll see. But I'm probably gonna. I'll refresh the screens for everybody and put it on there as I'm getting prepared to look at it. You guys can at least see the data. Man, this is so amazing to me that this pattern formation here meets exactly up with what we have on a much larger scale. You know, this is the 1 hour over a 12-day span that we finally broke out of, and it's the exact same pattern. You know, this right here is the same exact thing as this right here. And you can see the box that we broke out of. You can see the box that we broke out of, and you can see that we've got this mini box above it. It's the mini me here for the save. I'm gonna have to hide your comment, bad back, because every time I look over and read that, it's gonna make me laugh. You guys are going to be blown away. You're going to be blown away at how easy it is to identify the backside of a squeeze. And you can go and apply it to any, go back and check any single squeeze that you can find. I would love, did any of you guys do the homework from yesterday? I'm curious. I'm curious if anybody actually went out and did the homework from yesterday. and compared volume traded on the last 3-month average, or you could even do 1-month average if you wanted to, and compared the ratios to other companies that were out there. I'm curious, did you actually do that? Because I can show you some of the data that I pulled up, but it's really it's super tinfoil hatish. Because I actually came up with 22. Using the gold standard of Amazon, the ratio that I came out to was 22 billion shares. And so, but I did some other confirmation to some other stocks that were out there and brought it back down to about 12 billion shares. I think 12 billion shares is I think it's very possible. I'm quite confident on 4 billion outstanding shares, but I think that there's an argument to be made out there that based on volume, we're definitely trending in the range of 12 billion outstanding synthetic shares. Of course, not all of them are 100% synthetic. There's obviously 511 or 513.3 million that are not, but of those somewhere between 4 and 12 billion shares that are outstanding out there, a lot of them are. Majority of them are. Excuse me. All right, I think I'm gonna go grab one last thing of water real quick before I start here, since I got about 9 minutes. I'll be right back. I was just sitting there thinking about how you guys, when I do shave, you're not going to even know who I am. Okay. I really don't think that there's a whole lot of technicals to go over right now. I do think that 1.2 million shares that they just borrowed turned into a nice cup and handle, little tiny mini cup and handle formation right here. So congratulations, good job. Boom. Here it comes. Are you guys going to be able to handle not looking at the stock while I do the presentation? Because I don't have it set up to I don't have it set up to show like a mini quote. I hope you guys are okay with that. We got about. I'm actually gonna wait until 1 o'clock to actually start it. It makes it a little easier for me to find it when I go to put the bookmark in and everything as well. So, and guys, please feel free to ask questions along the way. I think. Ooh. Let me test something out real quick. This is going to be a test run here real quick just because I want to see what it's going to look like. I have no idea. I have no idea if I'm going to be able to see what it is that you guys are saying. Okay, I think I can. I think I can do this. Okay, I have it set up. Hopefully I can do. Yeah, I figured out how to do it. I'll be able to see what you guys are writing. So yeah, so we'll come back to this in just a little bit. Oh, I'll have to obviously get rid of my stuff on the page. Okay, that's cool. It's good to see that I good to see when I'm going to make mistakes on in advance. That's easy to do. I can get rid of the stuff. Not a problem. Sorry, one more second. I'm gonna try this again real quick here. Swap, minimize. Okay, yeah. So I'll be able to see what you guys are writing. Take my stuff away. Okay, so it does kind of hide some stuff at the bottom because I can't take away the bottom portion of that, but that's okay. It's not. I don't think it's a deal breaker. Maybe not until the very end, but that's okay. That'll be fine. You know, let's refresh the technicals. We'll put you on the technical side real quick. We'll do them real quick before I start the presentation. Okay, dark pools, 57.42% traded into the dark pools so far. That's going to be about 62% tomorrow. 1.1 million shares borrowed by the hedge funds. That's down from 1.13. So just a couple of 3,000 returned. Estimated current short share interest of the free float is 18.53%. The highest level of calls are currently at $51. It has now increased from 50 to 51. It has moved from 61,000 earlier at 50 to 67.2 at 51. On the put side, $50 strike price is still the highest level of volume. Earlier it was at 32.9 and it is now at 36.3. We'll forgo some of the other information. All right, guys. Well, I think maybe some of you have been kind of wondering. Sometimes I'll talk about new highs, and when of course you know that $72 is our obviously our highest high that we've ever had. 72. What was it? 72.62 is our 52-week high. So when I sit here, and if you ever hear me saying on here, we've hit a new high, that's going to mean a little something to you, I think, hopefully different after this. Now, the reason that I have to kind of explain some of this to you is because it's going to help you to understand how I'm tracking the stock prices. And if it helps to teach you to learn how to track it this way, there's a very specific reason that you need to track it this way, and it's because it's going to help you to identify what the backside of the MOASS is going to look like. So you kind of this is a multi-step process that I'm going to be teaching you guys. And you can go and apply it to any one of the MOASSes you want to. The one thing that I have to tell you is that you do have to drive down to maybe like a 5-minute scale. So if you want to go back in time and look at another MOASS, you can do it maybe on a 30-minute scale, but 5 minutes would be better because you really need to see what's happening on a minute-to-minute basis. And so 5 minutes is going to be the best way to do it. Most of the information that you're about to see on this presentation is going to be on a 5-minute scale. I painstakingly drove back to GME on a 5-minute scale back to the time period during the MOASS, and that's what I did. I took the pictures from it on a 5-minute scale. The other pictures that you're going to see, I believe, are from AMC and are on a 30-minute scale. They might be on a 5-minute scale. I can't remember if they're 30-minute or 5-minute, but either way, it doesn't matter because it's not. It's more or less to just try and teach you about how to pick highs and lows. So with that, let's go ahead and start the presentation. Okay. I am setting up right now so that I can see you guys typing in messages. So if you guys have any questions whatsoever, feel free to go ahead and ask those questions because I can't see it. So let's go ahead and get started. How to recognize the backside of a short squeeze. The MOASS, the mother of all short squeezes. Okay, so the very first thing that I have to teach you about is what is an SPF, and this is a term that I've coined. It's synthetic price failure. And so I have 3 different representations of what is a synthetic price failure. Is it a 20% drop in price from the most recent high price? Is it a 40 to 59% drop in price from the most recent high price? Or is it a 60+% drop in price from the most recent high price? And in order to understand that, what you have to do is you have to look at what do you consider the most recent high price. I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now the answer is the top one. Handy dandy little laser pointer. It is this one. This is your answer right here. A 20% drop in price from the most recent high price is an SPF. Now, the 40 to 59 would not be an incorrect answer either. It's just that anytime it's over 20%, what you're going to find is that that's actual paper hands. You have people who are actually selling shares on a 40 to 59% drop in price. So we'll get to the point in where I talked about, where I'm going to talk about highs and lows. But just know that a 40 to 59% drop in price is not just hedge funds driving the price down. It's also people legitimately selling off shares. The same thing goes with a 60% drop as well. So just remember, up to percent, anything beyond that is paper hands. So let's examine the true tracking of an SPF. So this is AMC that we're looking at right here. What you have is the price history over here and the dates over here, and we've got the price change in between these. What you can't see above this is a previous low and how much it drove up. So it drove up 18% to get to 4094. The amount of days to change does include weekends. So if you guys see some dates in here, you're like, hey, wait a minute, that includes a weekend. I decided to include weekends because I think those are important to include in when you're tracking out the price, because there is post-market and pre-market values that do account into, and there's also trading that occurs in places like Germany and stuff like that. So you can't disclude the weekends. The weekends are not off limits to the price being affected. So you have to take those things into consideration. So anyways, in this price history, what you're seeing here is the 4094, and we're just going to count this as like our starting point. We're going to say 4094 is a high. Now, if you track the price down to this 2857, it's a 30.2% drop in price. Now just keep that in mind. It took 9 days to do that. You're going to say like, well, how do I know, at some point in here that it wasn't a low? Like say for example, like right here when the price dropped down, how do I know that's not the low and that I count this high or this high over here? And I'll get into that. That's coming up. So examining more of what an SPF is. So 2857, we're going from this spot right here, and I'm zooming in onto the next point where we go to 3823. When it gets down to $28.57, every single time the price starts, let me go back a page. Every time the price dips down to a certain amount, you're writing this down, right? You're logging this. If the price starts to go up, one of the rules is that it has to go over the price that you started from a previous high in order for it to be a new high. If it does not go over it, then you cannot consider it a new high. So you would be tracking the price low. If the price doesn't ever increase back above 4094, then this new low is still the low. And it keeps tracking and tracking and tracking and tracking and tracking and tracking. Finally, you get to a point to where it hits 2857 and it's no longer going down anymore. And it starts shooting back up. Well, 3823 doesn't quite match the indicator that I was talking about before. If you look at that, 3823 is supposed to be higher than the 4094, so you're supposed to include this. So this would be like a really bad example of tracking right here, because 4094 and 3823 doesn't quite match it. So you actually need to include these values. There's more lows to come. So this would not be a point that you would want to track right here. 2857, if you got to this point right here, I don't see my notes on this one. So, but anytime you do, so I have a note over here that says typically a price moving 15% over the last low is a good indication that the next high is coming. So if I go back a page and you look right here, this wasn't really a 15% increase in price. But the reason that I did track this 3823 was because it was a 15%, it was greater than a 15% increase in price. So there's a little bit of a sketchiness about when you should track highs and when you shouldn't track lows. If it goes, it kind of has to do with price. The higher price we go to, you're going to see these swings that are just absolutely massive. You're going to see a price from $150 down to $80 or something like that, and it's going to be like, okay, well, do I count it or don't I count it? And yes, you should count it. It should all be based on percentages. So in this particular case, I counted it because this increase in price was greater than 15%. So I went ahead and counted the 3823, even though it didn't break the 4094 range. If the price moves down further at the yellow arrow, the new low will replace the 2857. So I was giving an example of this. It met the example of being higher than 15% right here. So I could have counted this as it started to come back down. If this next low beat 2857, I could have counted the next new low, but it didn't do that. It continued to climb up higher, and I went ahead and grabbed the 3823 before it ended up turning back around and going down to 2940. Now, if you stuck to the rule of the next high price has to be higher than the price previously, this 4094, then you would actually end up having to see where the new low would be at. It still probably would have been this 2857, which is only a 30% drop from that previous high. But we're not going to go into that right now. That's something that if you're going to track this, it's important to remember that the next new high should try and break it. If it doesn't, you can track things that are over 15% increase in price, because that does show a trend. It shows a positive trend in growth. It's a little sketchy. But anyways, this is the new drop back down to 29.40, and I logged the 29.40 because that was a 23.1% drop in price. This is definitely an attack, an SPF. Right here, they short ladder attack this down. You can see, of course, remember this is on a 30. I think this was on a 30-minute scale. You know, there was a very heavy attack down here. The price tried to come back up. They attacked it back down some more, came up, attacked down some more, came up, they attacked down more. They got this all the way down to 29.40. But they do this. The ladder attacks are an attempt to try and draw people to sell their shares. They'll stop it attacking it down at some point, and they'll let the market take over. When the market takes over, if it goes back up, they'll attack back down, and then they stop again. They don't always try to push down to 20%. They'll push in increments. They'll push 10%, you know, and they'll stop at 10, and they'll see if the market wants to continue to shed shares. If they don't, if the market doesn't and it starts to go back up, then they'll push it down a little bit further, maybe 14, 15, 16%, and see what happens at that point. So it's just kind of, that's why you see these stair-stepping motions. So do you guys have any questions at this point? Any questions out there at all? If I don't see any questions, I'll probably continue on. I know it does take about 15 to 25 seconds for your questions to come through, so I'll wait. Not for 15 to 25 seconds, but I'm going to move on. If I see a question pop up, I'll go back and answer it. So how do you tell if an SPF is real or if it's a sell-off? And so now I'm starting to go back to, these are 5-minute intervals here on GME. This is a GME chart right here. And so what you have starting right here is this $136. I couldn't get it to show up because on Webull you can only get the highest of highs and the lowest of lows to show up on the screen. But this first green point right here is $136. As the price came down, it came down well more than 20%. Right? 20% would have been, actually I can't see the numbers on here, but it would have been in here somewhere. This very first drop would have been an SPF. The problem is the price did go back up like 15% on this swing here, but the problem is that it never achieved a price that was higher than previously, so I didn't count it. I was still tracking this as a low, and the price kept just kind of going sideways for a while until we got this massive dip to 65.01. At 65.01, that's a 52.2% drop in price from this previous high here. So because this is so large, anything over 40% or higher, that is actually I should change that. Strike that for a second, and let me say anything higher than a 23% drop in price at any given high to low is paper hands. It's this SPF and paper hands all together in one big chunk. So let's see. Oh, I did write down on my notes that from this circle right here down to this arrow was a 36.6% drop, and from this yellow arrow up to this yellow arrow was a 17.9% increase. I went back in my notes and I verified everything for you guys. So this technically, you know, you could have tracked this, but when this value right here didn't match this, you wouldn't continue to write this down. You would still be tracking for a new low, and that new low did pop up down here, and so this is now your new low. But then we shot, you know, I say we, and I'm talking about GME. Then this chart shot way up to 159.18, and so now that's your new high. So we got 136 right here, down to a 65.01, up to a 159.18. After that came a 61.13, which was down below, which was a 61.6% drop in price. So 136 to 86.25 is an SPF, but not 101.65 is not a new high, and therefore cannot be counted. I believe this is the 101 right here, I think. Yeah, this is 86.25 right here, and this is 101.65. So it's an SPF with paper hands, but it didn't increase enough. So this is your low. Any price drop over 23% is a mixture of SPF and paper hands. Yep, I already wrote it down here. So remember that. If you see something great, and we've had that happen with AMC quite a few times already. All right, SPF are real or not? 136. This is our 136. This is our 6501 from the last screen. This is the 159.18. This right here is 6113. And then I put this up here as a question because I wanted to see if you guys were paying attention or not. But would you count this as your next new high? Grim's just coming back. He needs to refresh. Okay, so why don't we count the last green circle? And the answer to that is because 159.18 was higher. This is not your next new high. Don't count this. You can't count these. They just don't count. Why is my third rule of making sure you have after-hour trading ability so important? Do you guys see this area here, this dark area in here? This is one of my rules is that you make sure that you have after-hour trading. Every time I ever talk to somebody about this stock, I always say 3 rules. Never buy more than you can afford to lose. Buy and hold. And always make sure that you have aftermarket hour trading. This is normal market hours in the black shaded area here. And the purple, blue, whatever color you want to call this back here, those are aftermarket. This would be pre-market hours right here and aftermarket hours over here. Do you see how much activity is going on in the aftermarket and pre-market hours? It's more, if not, I almost wager to say that there's more aftermarket and pre-market hour trading. I know I've heard Trey say this before. There's plenty of reasons for you to have that. If you don't have it, you may miss an opportunity to get out when you need to get out of this stock. I'm just telling you right now, super, super important. That's why it's my rule number 3. Moving forward. How to identify the backside of the MOASS. This is why you're all here. And this is the reason that I'm talking about tracking these indicators. So indicator 1, your number 1 indicator to understanding when the MOASS is on the backside is going to be decreasing day over day volume. Your indicator is so simple. Your indicator number 2 is decreasing percentage from the previous dip. And it's only if you're tracking it the way that I'm telling you to track it. You have to track these dips appropriately. And if you're not tracking them appropriately, then your dip is going to be, your numbers are going to be skewed. Now, if you guys want to start tracking this, I'd be more than willing to tell you where we're at and see if your numbers jive with what I'm getting. And we can kind of compare notes. But these are the 2 indicators, and you need both indicators to happen. It's not just one or the other. You need both of these indicators to signal in order for you to see the backside. How do I show you this? Okay, so the dates down here. I don't have the dates listed up here. This is GME, but volume that you're seeing. This is all volume that you're seeing from. Let's see, it's 20th right here, 21st, 22nd. And then the 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, and 29th of January. Those are the dates right there. So I have red X's to indicate where your indicator would tell you to sell. And according to this, 20, 21, 22, 25, 26. So you have an indicator on the 27th, 28th, and 29th on volume. Indicator number 2. This is where it comes in with the tracking, right? If you look at all the prices that I have in here, the first time that you have a dip decrease that is less than your previous dip is on the 29th. That's the very first time. So that would be this number right here. So now you have 2 red X's. This is it. That's your point right there. The very next time that it goes up in price, because it will go back up in price. When it goes back up in price, you're going to wait for a top. And when it gets to the top and starts to go back down, that's when you're going to sell. So whenever I tell people I would have sold at 400, I'm not going to get $437. I don't know. There's no way for me to know what the top's going to be. But as the price starts to back down off of this $437, I guarantee I'm in for 400. I'm gonna pick some kind of percentage close to the top because I do know that it's going to go back up from this point. So my exit strategy would be on the back side. I would have sold GME on the 29th and it would have sold for about $400, and the top was 514.50 on the 28th. Yeah, 28th. That's how you. It's as simple as that, guys. It really does not get any harder to have indicators. And you can take this, you can go track these things, these two different indicators on any given stock that you want to that's had a squeeze in the past. And I've done it on Volkswagen, Tesla, and GME, and it worked on all three of those. Go back, try it yourself. Like I said, you do have to kind of do it on a 5-minute interval because it's much easier to see some of the price swings that you need to be seeing. They might look kind of funky if you group it up into like a 30-minute or 1-hour chart. It's super hard to drag backwards and try and do this, but if you have patience, you can. Otherwise, I'm going to just continue tracking these indicators on AMC, and so when I talk about if we ever get to the point to where when this is MOASSing, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to say, hey, we just had a flag for the first indicator. Or I might say, we've had a flag for the second indicator, but not the first indicator. I do want to point out to you here that if you notice here, I actually probably should have put an X right here as well. 33, 56, 197. This is actually a red flag right here, right? This should have had an X because it was lower. But this is higher, so there shouldn't have been no red X here. This is the slide that I was trying to edit just before I brought this over to show you this presentation, so I missed that. That's my fault. But there was an indicator here. This would have been the 20th. Let's see. Yeah, the 25th. On the 25th, you would have gotten your first red indicator on GME that you should be looking to sell. Not selling yet because it's only the first indicator. The second indicator didn't flag that. On the 25th, it was still going up in price. 498%. So you would have gotten your first volume indicator at a 498% increase in price, and you would have said, nope, not selling yet. We're not there. And if you notice, it did actually have a downswing on the 27th, a lower amount. I'm sorry, on the 28th. But the problem is you've got the indicators have to happen on the same day. Both the indicators have to happen on the same day, and this indicator didn't pop up until the 29th. This indicator was back on the 27th, 25, 26, 27th. Yeah, there's an argument that you might have sold maybe going into the next high point from the 27th at 182. So you could have sold at the top point of 514. I mean, I could certainly see, somebody saying like, okay, well, we do have an indicator that shows up here on the 25th, and over here, if you look at the 25th, no indicator. It wasn't until the 27th. But the 27th aligns with this one here, and then you would say, okay, well, the next high from the 27th that you have, that's when you sell down from some percentage point. So that's actually a little bit closer than 400. You'd actually sell after 514. So, but I think I probably would have waited a little bit. I would have waited and probably sold a little more on that's at the top. I wouldn't have known that, but I probably would have waited for the indicators to signal something more along the lines of around down here and waiting for that 437 to hit. So that's what you're looking for. Indicator 1 and indicator 2. Apes together strong. Hopefully you guys liked the little presentation, and that concludes it. And with that, it is break time for me. So I'm going to head off to break here until 2 o'clock, and I will see you guys for the closing hour. If you guys have any questions, I'll take them right now before I go. Just let me know. And yes, Crazy Pepe, you got it. I see your answer now. All right, guys. I don't see any questions. When I come back, feel free to ask questions later. I will definitely field those questions for you guys. I honestly, when I was going through this and looking at that chart, I guess I really didn't see that it had flagged twice. I missed that completely. But you know, I'm seeing it now. The indicator would have flagged right here, which would have been 22, 23, oh, sorry, 20, 21, 22, 25. Yeah, no, it wouldn't have signaled. Those would have been off. It would have signaled on the 25th, and then on the 27th, it would have signaled over here. So I should have a red X right here and a red X over here. Let me modify that for future reference. Because technically speaking, I should have put a red flag every time that a red flag occurred. But those numbers, they don't jive up though. So I would have stayed in longer. It would have been nice if these two flags occurred at the same time on the 27th, because then you would have waited for the next top, which would have been the 514, which would have been the very top, and then you would have sold at some percentage lower than whatever that hit to as it started to move down, maybe 10, 15, 20% down. All right, guys, I'm heading out to lunch, and I'll see you a little back. No problem, Grim. Glad you're caught up to date. I'll see you guys right after lunch here.